Yeah. Hey guys, this is J19 brought to you in our live stream, and yes, I am back after a long-awaited time off from the holidays and dealing with some stuff. But I am back, and tonight. You guys know we are going to start 2022 off with a bang. I have a guest with me today. He's one of my friends. He's into this game a lot, and then we're going to talk about everything. So, spoiler warning for Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Intergrade, and Intermission DLC. And if you guys like this type of content, please like, subscribe, hit the bell notifications so they know if I want to go live or upload my next video. And with that said, I am going to let my friend introduce himself. I'm going to do a couple of things, make sure everything's up and running on my other device, and then we will get started. Alright, Matt, feel free to introduce yourself.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Matt. Here with another Justin video.
That's right. And we are ready to start our discussion. And right now, we are going to go through, each of us going to talk about how we got involved in Final Fantasy VII and what led us to Final Fantasy VII Remake. So, Matt, you're my guest. I'll let you go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's been a very long journey for me. I actually started with the original Final Fantasy. My mom got me into it in the late 80s. So I was just a really small kid. And each one of my siblings, my mom, we all played Final Fantasy back in the day. And I remember in the 90s when PlayStation came out, Final Fantasy VII, came out, and man, it was so crazy. Like my mom to this day, I still give her Hades about it because she quite literally, and I've told you this story before, Justin, but
yeah,
quite literally, she took 2 weeks off paid vacation from work just so she could play it while we were in school, because she knew when we would get home from school, she would not be able to play the PlayStation. Me and my brother and my sister, we were all trying to take turns playing to beat that game. And I mean, it just, Final Fantasy VII, it really revolutionized. It wasn't even the PlayStation itself. It was that game just completely changed the JRPG genre as a whole. I mean, nothing had been that. I mean, the story, the disc size, I mean, everything about it, graphic-wise, CG cutscenes. I mean, I come from, 2D pixels, looking above, and that was beautiful enough growing up, but to go from that to see that, I mean, that completely just revolutionized everything. And it was such an experience in the 90s to be there for it. And I mean, even as an adult, I can go back and I can play the OG Final Fantasy VII and still have just as much fun, still enjoy myself grinding for days on end, master Knights of the Round and all of that. And just everything about that game was wonderful. And it was kind of funny because I didn't follow the PlayStation era like a lot of folks did. After PlayStation 2, like me personally, like I stopped, and I had no interest of ever continuously buying video game systems. And I got married, and me and my wife were sitting there talking, and she's like, "Oh, you don't want to play those PlayStation 3s and PlayStation 4s, when they were out?" And I was like, "No, I had no interest." I said, "There's only one game that would ever make me buy a PlayStation 4." And I said, they already said they would never do it. When PlayStation 3 dropped, they had the opening sequence for Final Fantasy VII. It said, "This is the graphics that we could do." You remember that.
Oh, yeah.
And so I told her, I said, there's only one game that will ever make me come back to PlayStation, and it would be Final Fantasy VII.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember because we were literally, it was a Sunday. We were having breakfast, our entire family. We were at Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
And I was just sitting there scrolling on some news feed, and it just popped up that they had just announced Final Fantasy VII on PS4.
Oh, man.
As soon as that happened, I literally, that day, as soon as we got done with breakfast, we went straight to the house. I got my Xbox 360, every game, every controller, everything that I had, and I immediately went and traded it in and got a PlayStation 4 that same day.
Oh, man.
Now, yeah. So, granted, it was, 5 years after that it even came out? 4 years after that?
Yeah.
It actually came out, So, I mean, I've been back on PlayStation a while, but that was the one thing that really just brought me back here, and seeing, seeing all the hype, just getting ready for the experience. And being able to play this game, Remake,
I like it.
has given me
I'm the leading lady.
so much nostalgia and joy. And I mean, I know we're going to get into a couple things here in a little bit, but I mean, it just, I've been able to enjoy having some of the exact same first-time experiences with this game as I did with the OG.
Yeah, exactly.
God, it's going on. It's going on what, 25 years now?
Yeah.
This year is the 25th anniversary. So being able to have, as a teenager and then as an adult, the same experience from the same game.
Right. It brought us back to our old younger days.
It really has. I mean, I got a long list of ones I wish they would listen just to give me those feels back from being a kid again, But I mean, that's really how I got my start. It was a family thing, just to play Final Fantasy, and 7 in general was so revolutionary, man. It really was.
Yeah, it really was, because not many people have families that actually bonded over a single game like Final Fantasy VII. Most of it's oh yeah, I saw my cousin play it, or my older siblings playing it. It didn't look good to me. I was like, why are you guys playing a little child's RPG game? I'm into fighting games, stuff like that. But then you get people like you, which is an unbelievable experience. It's yeah, my family we took turns on PlayStation, and we love that game. It's so awesome.
But what brought you to Final Fantasy?
Okay, this is, I don't think I ever played a Final Fantasy game, because I was only like 8 years old when Final Fantasy VII first came out, and I didn't like follow all the hype and stuff. I was only a kid. I was playing like your average like Nintendo, Mario, Sonic, Donkey Kong, Zelda, and I just happened to like, I went over to my cousin's house, and I was like, hey, what game are you playing? He's like, you want to watch? I was like, sure. So I started watching them, and it was at the battle arena, and I saw all the wonderful colors and stuff. I was like, man, what game is this? He's like, it's Final Fantasy VII. And so I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was like, man, that looks so cool. I wish I can play it. And like that Christmas, my family bought Final Fantasy VII for us. And I was like, what? No freaking way. So I got really super excited. Me and my brother took turns playing that game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And like, that was my first experience in JRPG, because I played like, you know, Mario, Sonic, Donkey Kong. You know, I was a Nintendo kid. And so I was like, man, it's like, I mean, I fell in love, played hours and hours, I'd beaten it. Like, the first time I beat Final Fantasy VII, like, I fought Sephiroth the hard way. I didn't have no ultimate limit breaks. I didn't have, like, the best weapon. I didn't have, like... I was like a newbie. I didn't really know exactly what I was doing. And I fought Sephiroth the hard way, and I was like, man. And I found out later on as I grew up, I was like, wait a minute. There's actually secrets? There's actually a final summon you can get? Like, what? Like, there's an underground ship you can go to and find Hades? I'm like, what the heck? So, like, that was my experience in Final Fantasy VII as a whole. And Final Fantasy as a whole. It's my first Final Fantasy game. And it's just so freaking good. And then, of course, Final Fantasy VIII came out. We got that, played it. Of course, my brother wasn't a big fan of it because I had the junction system, which, boy, I was like, man, what is the material system? I like that gameplay. But I beat it, I liked it, and so on and so forth. But Final Fantasy VII was my first JRPG, and let's just say, man, it opened the doors for RPGs in general.
It really did.
It was for sure. And like,
it was an amazing experience.
Just being 8 years old or 9 years old at the time, and just allowing your imagination to take over, and just like the characters, the music, the story. It's like, what is going on? It's like, why am I so like immersed in the story? Like, why is this one of my favorite games of all time? Mm-hmm. And like the nostalgia leading up to like. I didn't really think, I wasn't those people that like said, oh man, I wish this game was remade and all these graphics. Like, Final Fantasy VII, I figured that's for the PlayStation 1. Oh, such a gem. It's one of my personal favorites. You know, I can go back and play anytime. And then when I saw it was available for PS3, I bought it on PS3 so I can play that. As I said, man, our PlayStation ain't gonna last very long, so I went to PlayStation 3. And then, of course, I played other Final Fantasy games. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII got me into Final Fantasy and RPGs as a whole. And then I did not know anything about Remake until after the announcement trailer came out. But then I also saw the tech demo for the PlayStation 3 somehow. I don't know how I watched it, but I watched it on YouTube. I know that. And it popped up. I was like, wait a minute. What the heck's going on? Like, this is Final Fantasy VII, but this ain't why. This is not what I remember. Why does it look so good? I'm like, what the heck? And then I started watching videos by Night Sky Prince.
Okay.
Very famous, because now he's into Final Fantasy and RPGs like crazy. And he was big into Final Fantasy 15. He started his channel because of Final Fantasy 15. So like, I knew Final Fantasy 15. I was like, that was my very first Final Fantasy game I bought for myself. Like, brand new.
Oh, wow.
And like, I was like, man, I want this. As I had Final Fantasy 13 but I thanked my brother for it. Because he bought the... But I never bought a Final Fantasy game unless it's like Final Fantasy 7, which is on PlayStation Store. But he talked about Remake. And I'm like, what? So I watched the trailer for that. I was like, no freaking way. It's like they're remaking Final Fantasy VII. Like, what? So like, I was part of the train then, and you know, for years we didn't hear anything of it. It's like, oh. But then until 2019, when we got that trailer at State of Play, they rumored it. A lot of people rumored it. It's like, yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake's gonna show up at the State of Play. It was May 10th of 2019. I remember that date exactly. And when that State of Play first started, you heard the cursor for Final Fantasy VII, and I flipped my freaking lid. I said, no freaking way.
Blink.
And sure enough, it popped up. Everybody went, hi. I watched a whole bunch of reaction videos, and right at the end it said, more to come in June. I was like, hell yeah. And then the rest is history, folks. I watched every single trailer, including the final trailer, which I never did. It spoiled everything. But I was like, but I don't care. I saw Hell Health. I saw Zach. Okay, we'll get into it. Don't worry, guys. We'll get into it.
Yeah, there's been a lot. There's been a lot to this, and a lot coming. And I mean, there's so much. There's so much to look forward to. You know. In the
yes,
coming
it
years
is.
with this.
Don't pull any punches.
That's one great thing of that. You know, Squaresoft back in the day. You know, they really did. Enix too. I mean, Enix. You know, they had Dragon Quest series. You know.
Yeah.
That really Squaresoft took a lot of inspiration from. You know. And just seeing where each one of these series has gone over the decades.
Yeah, for sure.
Making sure, you know, I remember I was really kind of nervous when Square and
yeah, I think a lot of people were, because like, man, it's like, what are we gonna do now? Like, Squaresoft is, you know, we know Squaresoft, like all the freaking classic titles they made. Like, what's gonna happen?
Oh yeah, you know, it was really weird because, you know, we never got a lot of the Final Fantasy. Like, Final Fantasy 2 and 3 for me is really 4 and 6.
Right.
You know, the Super Nintendo era that I grew up with. You know, I've been on the Nintendo days, but, you know, it's funny, I was just having a conversation with my brother, and, you know, he's in his early 40s, and we were discussing this particular game. We were discussing the remake, and you know, I was Christmas break a little bit before early December. I was sitting there at this hour.
Right.
You know, I put it in the history aside, and I wanted to see, you know, the graphics and everything in the opening. And he was like, "Are they going to do this for 2 and 3?" And I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking Japan 2 and 3 because you know I know what they are, but he's never experienced. He experienced the original, and he experienced 2 and 3 on the Super Nintendo, and then he experienced 7, you know? So, for him, 2 and 3 are still that, you know?
Right.
And I was like, you mean 4 and 6? And he said, no, I don't care what number you call it. He said, that's 2 and 3. He's like, that's how I know them. And he's like, and they will always be that for me.
Right.
Like, man, you got a lot to learn. I was like, Square Enix changed the game for everything. I'm like, they brought us every iteration almost of both genres, you know, to here to the United States, and that's one thing I've really enjoyed about Square Enix. But yeah, it was pretty nervous in the beginning when I first saw how they emerged. And,
right. Yeah, for sure.
You know, but it was quickly relieved. That nervousness was very quickly relieved. They stay on the cutting edge of things. You know, that's one great thing about this series is wherever you start. You know, I can talk to people that have never played the whole Final Fantasy.
For sure, yeah.
You know, they started. I got a buddy of mine. His favorite one is 8. You know, that's his favorite Final Fantasy. But guess what? Ask him how he got started. 8 was his favorite one.
Yeah.
Typically anybody, and you figure out which one is the first one. It's typically pretty much their favorite because it's so much in each one of these in this series.
Yeah, for sure. It's like everybody started at a different Final Fantasy. It's like it's amazing.
Absolutely.
That's how ninjas do it.
But this one game right here, man.
Nice work.
Yeah.
This one has stood the test of time. This has brought more people to it.
Yeah,
Don't
for
get me
sure.
wrong,
Like,
I mean, you've got the whole
Well, it did earn
the
the base.
whole group with
Employee
is,
ID cards.
14
They'll
is
get
the
you
big
into the
thing
Shinra building.
yeah.
today.
And pretty much any
You know,
floor.
as
Basement
everybody's waiting
included.
on 16 and
That's where
remake
advanced
part
weaponry's
2.
got their lab set up. And where they
And
conduct their
14 is
materia
amazing.
research.
But
If what you're
that
looking for is anywhere in
that's
that place,
still, you know,
it's
in
gonna
and of
be there.
itself,
Got it.
beautiful story.
You guys should probably
Yeah.
get
You
moving.
get to experience things with
Word
friends
is,
or by
Shinra's got
yourself.
something big lined up for us.
But that's one really cool thing that
Nothing
Square
less
has
than the
done
destruction of
is
Sector 7.
they've kept that ability to
But
captivate
whatever it
the
is they're
audience.
planning,
And that's
you're
really what
better
they're
off
good
out
at.
of it.
They can
Right.
I'm
captivate
gonna
an
go report
audience,
to the others.
and that's their
Good luck
biggest
up there.
asset.
Right, yeah, for sure.
See you
Because,
Yeah.
like, a lot of I know a lot of people like to praise. I'm not cutting down Yoshi P, but a lot of people like to praise Creative Business Unit 3, like they're the ones that made Square Enix as is. But let's not forget Creative Business Unit 1,
Don't forget to tell the
Kitase,
spoilers,
Nomura.
huh? About
They were
Sector
there.
17.
They were there in the 90s. They were there in the 80s.
absolutely.
And without them, without that main team, and of course Sakaguchi that left, and you know another guy that left, they were the head honchos of Final Fantasy. Made sure they was created right. They didn't go way off the path. They made sure everything stayed boiled up in this bubble. It's like, do not go outside this realm. I want you to create these characters the way we want it, the way everybody will love them. And we can't forget about these guys, because I know Final Fantasy VII Remake has some things that a lot of purists, a lot of one-for-one remake guys and girls and those out
Oh,
there.
absolutely.
I know it blew people away. It's like, what the hell's going on? But
Oh,
we gotta
absolutely.
remember,
You know,
these are the same guys, same group that made Final
it is.
Fantasy VII.
Probably
You know,
best if we don't
back
stick
back in
around.
the 90s,
Let's catch the
and
train.
it really even wasn't looked at until later on, but there was a huge shout out. You know, Squaresoft had, well, they called it the actual Dream Team back in the day.
Yeah, for sure.
And the reason they did, it was believe it or not, it was 5 guys. Now they worked together on a separate title than Final Fantasy. It was Chrono Trigger that they all worked on. And these 5 though came from these different things. So you had Akira Toriyama, which, I mean, anybody that's an anime fan is going to know who Akira Toriyama. You got Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff, you know. And you know, the one of the greatest composers of all time, in my opinion, you've got Nobuo Uematsu.
Oh yeah, legend, legend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know nowadays, you know, he's not as into it anymore. But I mean, give the guy credit. I mean, he's a lot older too. You
Yeah,
know?
and he had health issues too. So like he
did,
he only
so-
took part of like some of the music and remake, but you can tell his
Yeah.
hand was on a lot of this, and they respected his work.
Oh, absolutely.
And like, oh my goodness, we'll get into that
Yeah.
too. We got a lot
yeah.
of things to talk about.
Oh yeah. So, but I mean, you know, you were talking about Sakaguchi, and he was part of that dream team.
Yeah, he
You know,
was.
You had Kazuhiko Aoki, Yuji Horii, Uematsu, Toriyama, and Sakaguchi. They actually considered that, and it wasn't until you know, they re-released Chrono Trigger, even after, you know, Square Enix had come together, that they actually put that as there was an ending that they added to the game to praise those early guys. Those early guys of what they had the ideas, man. They had the ability to do it, and that's one great thing is they've been able to build upon it all these years.
Yeah, for
You know,
sure.
they set
Like,
the great base that they've been able to build.
absolutely, man. Absolutely. It's like I know people like a lot of people are saying like just be patient. We'll get into our ideas about our likes and dislikes and talk about everything. But this is a huge improvement to everybody's on the fence. I know the ending really was a truckload of stuff. It was like some of it is unnecessary to a lot of people. It's like, why are you doing this, Square? Just give us what we want. We want a remake with new stuff, but this is going too far. But trust me, they got a game plan. They're not confused. A lot of people think they're confused. They don't know how many parts it is. Yeah, they don't know. They're working on each part as they go. But they got a game plan. They've been planning. They've been planning this out since 2012 when Kitase got a hold of Morris and I forget the other guy. I think Toriyama, and they thought Kitase is nuts. They're like, "Why do you want to do a remake?" And he's like, "Because we're not getting any younger." And it's been on my mind. Today was at the Final Fantasy anniversary event in 2012, and he came up and goes, "Guys, I want to do Final Fantasy remake before we get too old. If this is the time to do it, it's now." And they all thought he was nuts, but he's like, "You know what? Let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Yeah, let's do it."
Absolutely, man. Yeah.
And even Toriyama and I forget the other co-director, since Nomura is now the creative director, so he oversees everything. But the co-directors had a little interview, and he said, "We understand how important the story aspects of Final Fantasy VII is. We understand how, like, the original source material. We want to respect that. We're not gonna go way off track or way off the unbeaten path. We know how important it is." And that gave me a good idea, feeling that's like, you know what, they got everything under control. Yes, the ending was different. I mean, we'll talk about that too, but my goodness, I'm hyped, I'm excited. I do have some worries. We'll talk about that too. We all have worries, we're all nervous, but I do have confidence that they can make Game 2 fine, which we'll talk about that at the end. But now, let's talk about, we're going to go through each chapter. So chapter 1. Okay, Matt, how did you feel when you first start up the game and you heard that prelude for the very first time? And knowing it's real. It's real, it's not a demo anymore. It's the real deal.
It's not a demo anymore. That was a
It hit. It hit.
It really did. I was kind of beside myself. When I was able to load in, and I played PS4 version first. And just seeing that opening and that music with its just subtle and slight differences, but it still gave homage and paid homage to OG. That feeling, it was true nostalgia, and it was true of me being a 12-year-old kid seeing that. And I remember I called my wife in and I'm like, just look at it. And she just stood there and she's looking at the TV and she's like, okay, what? And I just had that response of like, what do you mean, what? I mean, just look at it, but she doesn't have the same experiences obviously in life. But I mean, it was literally breathtaking. It really was. It was.
Like that's like when you heard that prelude and you saw the main menu background, that's when you got the feeling, it's like, you know what? The team understands what they're doing. And when you hit the new game and you got your settings all done, and then that big opening sequence of the Hawk, and you just see the big open massive world of Gaia and Midgar in that foggy, cloudy. And here's Sephiroth's little theme in the background. Oh my goodness.
He is a he's something else in this game, man.
He is. Like, just hearing that in the background, and then the Hawk gets closer, goes underneath the beam, and then clouds, the fog disperse, and you see this grand, big CGI of city of the upper plate on Midgar. And at the moment, my mind's like, yeah, I'm blown. That looks amazing.
Big time.
And then, after you see all that, and then the transition, I think, it's a lot better than the OG. OG is good, but I think the remake just did a phenomenal job. The way they took the Mako reactor particles and it transitioned into seeing Aerith praying by the pipe.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
and then hearing that theme, dun dun dun.
Oh man, yeah, so much.
Oh, I can't stop smiling right now. Oh, it gives me the chills.
I can't either. I mean, this game is something else, man. It really is. And I mean, it's easy to put into words, but at the same time, it's not easy to put into words. You know, if this is somebody's first time experiencing Final Fantasy VII is actually playing Remake. You know, one really cool thing about that is don't worry about going and playing OG.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you really don't have to try to figure out any type of a puzzle piece or anything. You know, that's one thing is I put a lot of faith in Square Enix and these directors more now than before after playing this game. You know, there's a bunch of people that are on both sides of that fence. You know, there are people that have hated this, and there are people that absolutely love this. But you know,
I can guarantee you this: the introduction of Chapter 1, the whole intro of Final Fantasy VII Remake, that blew everybody's mind. Because even today, 25 years later, if anybody goes back and plays a remake, that intro lives up to today's standard. It's one of the best intros of all time.
Oh, absolutely. And
just seamless. when you see Aerith, and then you see just like everything panning out, and just like
back to the train.
Oh man, I got goosebumps.
Yeah, and then the train coming in, and then it cuts back, and then it cuts in and cuts back. Oh my god!
And then you see Cloud, and you see the two green materials just glowing in the sword. It's like
actually putting it into the Buster Sword. Yes.
Yeah, it's just so good.
One. Start with one.
Yeah, start with one. Yeah, just that glow is just wow, just a wonderful touch, and that transition from CGI to in-game rendering. Oh,
it's so like freaking
good. Yeah,
you know, it was funny. Me and you were conversing about this before I ended up with my PS5, and you know, you were like, you know, how much you love it, and I'm like, yeah, and you're like, buddy, just play it on a PS5. He's like, it will give you that same sensation all over again, because there is no comparison between a PS4 version of this game and the PS5 version on an actual TV that will play, you know, properly. Graphical wise, or 60 frames, either which way you want to look at it. But and I was like, yeah, you know, I heard what you were saying when you were telling me that, but I was like,
you had doubts. He's like, there's no way this game's looking better.
It's not. I'm like, dude, this is already beautiful. And then, you know, putting it in for the first time on the PS5 and just seeing it again, man, it just hit me again. It just keeps hitting.
Yeah.
It just keeps hitting and firing on those cylinders.
It does.
So amazing.
Like people say, Square Enix just rushed this PS5. No, they didn't. They worked their asses off.
Oh, yeah.
They worked their asses off.
You can tell.
Yeah, they put a lot of heart and soul in this game, and people say, they didn't put any heart. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah. Just being able to go through that reactor.
And that reactor theme, and then before you can do that, like, just seeing the freaking iconic scene of Cloud looking up at the Mako reactor. It's like,
oh god, yeah. Yes.
Just see the scale of Midgar, like how big that reactor is. Like, oh my goodness. Yes. You're in for a ride, ladies and gentlemen. You're in for a ride at that moment.
Big time. And just giving actual depth to, you know, some of the characters, you know, Biggs, Wedge, Jesse, you know, I remember playing OG, and you know they had storyline parts, but
Yeah.
you never got feels for them.
Right.
You know, they were a part of Avalanche, and they never,
And like,
you know, they changed
yeah.
little dialogue pieces, even in Chapter 1. Just the littlest dialogue changes really, at that point, really started making me think and wonder, because, you know, they're going into the reactor, and
Yeah.
Jesse's talks about, you know, well, if anybody at headquarters would still talk to us.
Right.
And I'm like,
That's
what
world
does that
building.
mean? Oh, God, yeah. You know, like, I was like, well, wait, what do you mean by that? You know, because it was hit on in OG, but not to that extent. Like, as a kid playing the game, I
Right.
didn't understand that, you know, they were a Splinter Cell or anything like that. You know, they didn't give a whole lot of depth to those areas. You know, back then I thought Avalanche was Tifa and Wedge and Barrett
Yeah,
and
like,
Jesse
I thought so
and
too.
Biggs, and that's all I thought it was, because that's all there was. That was all there was to see. And just going through that reactor and hearing those little quips and hearing those little things that they said, and then I was like, man, so that they really are going to be able to tell this story the way they
Yeah,
to.
because like in the original game, it's like, yeah, it's all you remember. It's like, get Biggs, West, Jesse, Barrett, Tifa, and Cloud was just a hired muscle. Now, when I played the demo, I'm like, or when I watched the demo got leaked. So sorry about that, folks. I watched the leaked demo gameplay. But when she mentions like, they mentioned other Cell, I'm like, what? What? Like, there's more cells? It's like, wait a minute here. This is starting to get a little juicy.
Absolutely.
And it's like, even before I play Final Fantasy VII Remake, this is part of Chapter 1, because that's what the demo showcases.
Oh, absolutely, it did.
Turn-based is gone. This is just like it's a hybrid system. They talked about it. I was still worried about it. It's like, am I going to enjoy the game? As I'm not very good at action, I am to a point, but I was like, am I gonna love this? Am I gonna love this battle system? Is it gonna be too complicated? Is it gonna get too chaotic? And when that demo dropped and I played it, all my worries disappeared. It disappeared. This battle system is so freaking awesome, especially the way the tutorials work. There are some flaws with the tutorials. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But the battle system in Chapter 1 was an awesome way to get you going. It's like, here, it's a little bit tougher enemies. Let's just keep it going.
It was a lot tougher enemies. You know, I was very much a turn-based era player with Final Fantasy, because it gave you the ability to actually grind, and it gave you the ability to pause and really strategize. Like, that's really one of the nice things about Final Fantasy, is strategizing. And you know, I like playing a game on the base settings that you're supposed to play on, not altering things, because I want to experience what they wanted me to experience. And I remember when I played the actual demo, I had to heal and use all of my potions, just to get to Guard Scorpion. And I was like, this is insane, because I'm not...
Right.
I am not a huge reaction time kind of person.
Yeah.
Like, you know, everybody's got the joke about Final Fantasy 15 where you hold circle to win.
Yeah.
And that was true. That was a very fast-paced game, but it had the ability of you to essentially almost cheat. And this, playing on normal, as fast-paced as everything is, for me, was actually, during the demo, it was a little bit difficult. And it's not that I was worried, but I was like, man, I'm going to have to step up my game to be able to enjoy this. And being able to play it on the actual game, though, when I had it, it really wasn't that bad. I remember you were streaming it, and I was talking to you, I think in chat or on Discord, and I was just watching you play and how seamlessly you were playing. you know, how seamless the battle seemed.
What's
It was
your
like
Yeah.
just watching a movie.
And why are you dressed like
And
a
I was
5-year-old?
like,
That's just
man,
weird.
I've really gotta,
What are you
I've gotta
talking
up
about?
my game. I've gotta
This
be able
isn't
to play
weird.
better.
It's super
And
cute.
Yeah.
just going
Super
back through
cute?
those tutorials
Or like super lame.
and kind of
Honestly, Miss
learning
Midgar.
each one of
Huh?
those things and actually
Just saying
focusing.
how
Because
much
when
I
I
was
first
looking forward
started
to playing
playing,
Fort Condor.
I went into
I could
Punisher
really use
mode
the
like
training,
all
you
the
know?
time. I was like, oh man, I
Sure,
want to
I'll
do
put
heavy
you through your
hits. And
paces.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you do know it's
oh
gonna
man, I
cost
got
you, right?
destroyed. And you were just
One
zipping
match,
through
there
battles,
you
and I was
go.
like,
Hey,
how's he doing this, man? Like for real? Like, how are you doing this? And you're like,
Right.
yeah, you don't want to sit in Punisher mode all the time, bro. And I was like, oh, okay then. So
Yeah,
you know,
because
going back and seeing that was so
what
amazing.
helped me out is, did you watch the E3 like 20-minute demo showcase they showed off? Like Neil Pabon, he's like going through like the battles and stuff like that, like how to do his combat and stuff like that.
Probably.
And what I understood from him, like I automatically assumed, I'm like, okay, he said this is not just a hack and slash. It's a strategic a hybrid system or something like that. I have to go back and rewatch it again. But once I figured that out, I was like, okay, this is not hack and slash. This ain't I didn't play God of War, but I played games that are like kind of like hack and slash. I was like, okay, I can't just concentrate on hitting the square button, because sure enough, the games that make you pay for it.
Oh yeah.
And when I figured that out, I was like, okay, so I can. And when he says you can open up the command menu and slow things to a crawl, I'm like, man, this is freaking unbelievably cool. That's like, I'm gonna have to do that. And I'm like, I go to menus real fast, but like just a temporary just slow down helps me like calm down and say, okay, now what's my next step? And just oh, so good.
Yeah, it really has been. It really has been. Being able to, like I said, get to Guard Scorpion and seeing that, and going through that fight.
Right.
You know, that's one thing about the bosses in this game is you can't just over level.
No, you can't.
You cannot become, quote unquote, you know, a god and just tear through. You do have to have that level of strategy. You have to do things a specific way. You know, you can't sit there as Cloud the entire... I mean, well, I guess you could sit there as Cloud the entire time, but it would make the battle so much harder. You know, just being able to get to the right position and everything. That really sealed it for me. Fighting that Guard Scorpion that first time, and I was like, man, you got done with that. And you got your 20-minute countdown? Well, I guess some people could pick 30, but you got your 20-minute countdown after that, and I'm like... Dang, after all that, I still only got 20 minutes, and I gotta get out of this place.
What's funny about that, we can talk about, this is still kind of chapter 1, when you choose 20, like, I know some people did choose 30 in their playthrough. When you talk to Jesse in chapter 2, which we'll get involved in that, we'll talk more chapter 2, but I'll talk chapter 2 very briefly. When you talk to Jesse, when she points at your shoulder, go, hey, thank you for helping me out back there, and she hands you the material. The extra stuff she gives you for like, that was like a really like a hectic, that was really scary moment. If you chose 20 minutes, she gives you like the extra high potions and stuff like that. If you choose a 30-minute timer, she don't give you all the extra stuff.
Really?
Yeah, she just gives you the material, and then she goes, all right, I'll see you later, Cloud.
Oh, you know, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then in the demo, if you chose a 20, like I saw a lot of demo playthroughs of this game because I was like hooked on seeing everybody's reaction.
Oh, of course.
Some people that chose 30-minute timer actually missed out the secret cutscene at the end. When you do the 20-minute timer, you get the cutscene of Cloud like having a vision, and you just see Sephiroth and he like in the fire, and he turns around and glares at Cloud, and it's like, thank you for playing.
Yeah.
A lot of people missed that. And I was like, man, they missed out on seeing that, but you see it in the game regardless, so.
That is one thing I'm absolutely loving about Remake, okay? So,
yeah.
In OG, you know, Cloud has his psychosis that is obviously torn. But he is, you know, it's in his head that's really just talking to him.
Yeah.
And they have done such a great job, even in Chapter 1 of, you get to the bomb, you go to set the timer,
Yeah.
and Cloud has his little breakdown right quick, his little mental breakdown.
Yeah, a little headache,
But
yep.
it actually gives you the idea and the knowledge of honestly what is going on with him. Being able to see, you know, just even a flashback of Sephiroth, or
Yeah, just like
you know,
seeing his seeing his
voice
feather,
talking.
seeing his feather
Yeah,
go down and like
alone.
dun dun dun.
Yeah, I mean, it brings
Oh,
it
man.
brings that to a whole new level of, dang.
Yeah,
He's really
like
being
it,
manipulated.
you know what?
He's
You know what they did?
big
They did
time.
what they done with that. It gave you that haunting, horrifying, like spine-chilling moment.
Oh yeah, big time.
It's like, man, something's up. And just before that, though, like the character interaction between Cloud, Barrett, Jesse, all of them, I was like, man, this is super good. Like, there's, like, everybody's worried, just like, did they just blew all their budget in the first Mako reactor bombing mission? Is the rest of the game gonna suck? Like,
Yeah.
we all had that worry. Like, they kept showing us the bombing runs. Like, it's like, what's just the bombing run trailers? It's like, come on now.
Mm-hmm.
And then next thing they do is trying to explain, like, chapters 1. And then, like, because he done the behind-the-scenes demo showcase at E3 of 2019. Everybody thought he was nuts. About the character moments, but man. And then just before that, like the demo, you know how Jesse goes, so I heard you know Tifa, like, and Cloud's like, yeah, you know, he says, yeah, I know, you know. And then like he has a like headache, and then like it stops, and then the elevator shows up, and of course Barrett shoves both of them away. But in Remake, the actual final product, they actually show us Nibelheim and the Cloud of the Kid, and then Tifa's like, Cloud! I was like, ah,
Are you ignoring me?
yeah.
Like
When
that?
I saw that in the game, I'm like, this wasn't in the demo, you sneaky little fucker. But man, that's our first glimpse of Nibelheim, and I am really excited. I cannot wait.
Yeah. Oh, I can't do that.
Oh man. Alright, then we fight the Scorpion boss, which can be a pain for a lot of people. And then you exit, and then the whole CGI, I was like, boom! The Mako reactor blows up. We know that Shinra's involved because they're the ones that like control the robots to blow the rest of the reactors up. Because the bomb that Avalanche planted didn't do a whole lot. Just busted the engine a little bit.
Absolutely, which is, you know, the entire point was
Yeah.
to shut down the Mako reactor.
Yeah, because the in the original game, people don't really pay attention to the dialogue. They keep pushing X. It's like, Shinra, I don't care. Quit talking to Cloud. Quit talking to the party. But he actually admits it that they are setting them up. It's like, you fools. It's like, you realize that, you know, you're the pawns here, or something like that. Like, he actually hints it a little bit. It's like, people forgot about that in the OG. It's like, yeah, Shinra does admit that they're behind the bombings.
Oh, absolutely.
And like,
And
in Remake, people said, what do they do? They just
evil.
retcon? They retcon? No, it's part of the original game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, that blew my mind too. Just seeing Shinra, he goes, go ahead, do it. It's like, sir. And he blows it up, and it's just a big CGI moment where you see, like, debris scattering, the Mako reactor is, like, blown up, cars are spinning around in the highway, people, like, crashing, the one guy, like, hits his head on the steering wheel, like, presumably he may be dead, and just all the lights in Sector 8 goes out, in Sector 1. It's like, wow, this is, what a start to Final Fantasy VII Remake. And then, my friend, usually that's when the demo ends, and we realize, oh, Chapter 2 starts, and we're actually playing the game. We're playing the game.
Yeah.
And then
We really
we get more dialogue with Biggs, Legs, and Jesse and Barrett. And my goodness, the difference between PS4 version and the PS5 version, that whole sewer section there. And the PS5 version is really foggy. The PS4 version, not so foggy.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. I like the new, like, the horror, like a little, like a haunting type feel of that.
It really did. Each thing that they've done, you know, in each chapter is really been cool.
Yeah, for sure.
How everything has changed, and just updating it and being able to actually go around and look at things. You know, that was one thing is being able to walk through the city in chapter 2.
Yeah, like that right there. Like, I know I listened to Maximum Dude on his YouTube channel, like, do that. Like, he's explaining chapter 2, but like hearing it and seeing it for myself, it just blew my freaking mind.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. That was a big.
And just the dialogue between the NPCs and just like with everything going on is like, what the frick am I, like? I feel bad. I feel sorry for these people. It's like I feel really bad and deep inside. It's like, and like people are like on the floor, like rolling around in pain, and like the Shinra medics are like, somebody bring a stretcher over here. It's like, now. It's like, hurry up. It's like, man, it's like real life.
Yeah.
It's freaking crazy.
It really was. It really was.
And my goodness. And then we go after that. Then you explore. You grab a couple of chests, or one chest, and then Jesse's like, "Hey, Cloud, up here." You look around, see her. She tells you watch out for debris. And as you make your way up, you go across the thing. If you really pay attention, like something explodes. There's a sign that falls down. It almost hits the NPCs. That's like, wow, my goodness.
Yep.
I'm like, that blew my mind right there. Chapter 2 is like, okay, this is for real, guys. We gotta, you know, we need to get to the train station, and then we make our way there, and of course you get to the cutscene, and the freaking bridge falls on the NPCs, killing like at least 10. It's like, my goodness, like this is intense. And then something happens. Sephiroth shows up, and it's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, you know, and that was well, I guess we'll save that for later, but
yeah, we'll
really
talk about.
We'll get into that later. But yeah, seeing him in chapter 2 alone, and just man.
Oh yeah, it's just how haunting he is. Like, he looks like they made Sephiroth like super, like, oh man, they made him like he looked like he's monstrous taller than Cloud. Like, made him like, this guy's for real. He's not gonna be something you want to play around with.
Oh, absolutely.
And then of course he flips out, and everything's on fire. And on the right side, right side is Midgar. On the left side, you see a Nibelheim man on fire. And if you really pay attention, one of the houses that on fire is actually Cloud's house.
Yes, it is.
And that's why he is freaking the hell out. He says, "No, it can't be." And it's like, you gotta follow him. He's in daze, he's confused, and he's like, what the heck's going on? And it's like, then you follow him, and all of a sudden, Sephiroth stops you, and like, he talks to you about how the world is dying. Our beloved world is dying, Cloud, and like, I cannot end. You know, he tells you, I loathe, and yada yada. And like, he speaks in these things, but if you really pay attention, it's like, Cloud, a lot of people don't really worry or realize this. I did, and then Ray Kaufman, another YouTuber, spotted this. But Cloud's like, I killed you with my own. He remembers.
Yep.
And like,
absolutely.
you know, like, what the heck? He ain't supposed to remember that. And Sephiroth's like, oh, Cloud, no need to remind me of our wonderful time together. It's like so haughty. It's so freaking good.
Very much so.
And then Sephiroth, I know they retconned this, but it's actually in the original game. They don't say it in words, but the whole city's on fire in the original game, and Nibelheim. Sephiroth murdered everybody. Okay, except for a couple people. And in the remake, Sephiroth says, your mother has used the cold steel, begging me not to kill you." Or, he's replying that. It's like, what? They actually told us? Sephiroth told Cloud that he actually murdered his mother? It's like, that's cold.
It really was. It really was.
And that right there tells me, yep, Sephiroth is handled fine. He's a haunting figure. He's toying with Cloud. He's trying to make Cloud have mental breakdown. He wants Cloud at his lowest so he can use him. And we're learning that. And then everything goes back to normal, and Cloud's shaking off. He goes, "Must be the Mako fumes. You got this." And then the Promised Land starts playing from Advent Children. Oh. I heard that for the first time, like, no frickin' way. And that just gives you goosebumps and makes the atmosphere even more intense. And like, man, what the heck did I just witness? Sephiroth saying all this stuff, and he's like telling Cloud to run away, he has to live, he has to leave, and then you get to Promised Land, and then Cloud's going through, and people still crying and like in shock. And then you get up on the roof, and Cloud looks up at the reactor and goes, "What a mess." And it hits. It hits hard.
That it definitely does. It very much so hit hard.
Yeah, and it's just like, man, it's like, there's no way this game can get better than the... And then you get in the fight with, like, you're not getting the fight, but then you run up the streets, you finally make your way around on Loveless Street, and there she is. There is Aerith. There is Aerith, and we're excited about this. We've seen it in the trailers. Cloud meets Aerith, but then before that happens, she's freaking out. But then Sephiroth touches her shoulder, and he tells Cloud, "You can't say no one, not even yourself." Like, it's just reminding them, say, "Hey, Cloud, you're not gonna be able to save anyone. You're pathetic. You're a puppet." And then Aerith snaps him out of it. Then, wow. Then the meeting.
Yeah.
Then the meeting. This one melted me, just hearing her theme and them talking. Just tell me how you feel about all that so far.
I mean, it was just kind of made me be beside myself almost. I'm able to experience it because I have knowledge. I know what the story.
Right.
And that's one thing that we'll talk about later, but having prior knowledge and going into it.
Don't freaking scare me like that.
And
I'm highly strung.
It's almost like they did that on purpose.
Who the hell are you?
Right.
Who am I?
They were expecting
All
us.
day muttering to themselves in the shadows.
They're expecting they're expecting the fans.
Flush it out like that.
Yeah, they're expecting us fans to say, "Hey, you guys remember this scene? You remember this?"
Yeah, because in OG, you don't even see Sephiroth.
No, you don't.
Until
like how to bag that
Calm,
sweet Fort Condor prize
I think it
money.
is.
It's
You're
my
out of
ticket
Midgard. The only thing you see is his
So you're after
sword
the
blade.
Grandmaster too?
you know, sticking out of a certain specific.
And then Palmer's like, oh, I saw him. I saw Sephiroth, and Cloud's like, did you really see him? He goes, yeah. Why would I lie to you at this moment?
Yeah. So, I mean, like that in and of itself in OG was, you know, they built him up quite a bit.
Oh,
but,
they definitely.
You know, they really did. But seeing Sephiroth so early in this one, and seeing how he's controlling the strings, you know, as he states it, it's of a puppet.
Yeah, for sure.
And knowing the background and knowing the story where it went, it really makes it creepier. and it explains itself. It's
For sure it does.
wicked
It does. It's like, wow.
I remember the first time seeing the Calm Cinema when they're at Nibelheim and Steprod, everything is burning.
Right.
And he just smiles and turns and walks into the flame. Like, that cinema stuck with me.
It sure did.
That stuck with me this entire time. And seeing that scene so early on, I kind of felt two ways about it, honestly. But it was still for the better.
Yeah.
It was still for the better.
Yeah, it's like, even seeing, like,
that history.
I had feelings like seeing a lot of Sephiroth. I thought, okay, well, hopefully they're not going to show him like every 10 minutes, but they didn't. It's just
no.
It was perfectly
showed
paced.
him in the places, yeah, it really was, in places where you needed to be able to see him and everything. But it just blew my mind.
It did. It sure did. Like, my goodness. So yeah, chapter 2. After
So cool.
we meet Aerith, and then all of a sudden, like, the Whispers show up, or these hooded white figures. We already know. We can say it. Whispers. It's a spoiler cast.
Spoiler.
Whispers show up for the first time. Aerith's freaking out. Cloud don't know what's going on. She's like, "Help me!" She grabs a hold of him. Which, by the way, that has been answered why Cloud is able to see them. We'll talk more about that in the ending. We'll talk more about that. But he sees them. He's freaking out. They're swarming around, and like the soldiers show up, and he's like, it's like, are you stupid? It's like, you guys can't see him, which they cannot. Only him and Aerith, and like Aerith wanted to stay, but then the Whisper's like, nope, gotta go. She's like, nice to meet you. That was awesome. Just a little connection, like, just between those two. But then the music's going nuts and everything's swirling around, and all of a sudden you hear, let the battle begin. Like, it's just, then it's like, man, are you kidding me? This is great transition.
It really was. Yeah, that's one thing I thought that they did very well, was they transitioned everything.
That they did.
So, what can I do you for?
Let's see. I'll buy this. But anyways, we get the battles, and then Cloud defeats them. We're not going to go like play by play. Then we get to the rooftops. He ends up fighting all the soldiers, and then jumps on a train. Looks back at the soldiers. He puts his sword in and is like, you guys can't get this. But before that, the soldier's like, I recognize that sword. Wait a minute, why the... it's like, basically, he's going to say more of that, but...
I don't even think... No, he didn't say I recognize that sword.
He says, I recognize that. Then it like blurs out because Cloud's having this little headache. But it could be, I recognize him, I recognize the sword. But I'm pretty sure it's the sword. Because the sword's iconic. And the soldier.
Yeah, I understand that, but that same soldier who recognized him, if I'm not mistaken, that's the soldier that you meet later. That's the guy who went through training with Cloud.
Oh, is it? Huh.
Yes, because if I'm not mistaken, in chapter 2 at the end there, he says, wait. He's like, is that Cloud? Like, he knew him specifically. It's not that he knew the sword. He recognized Cloud.
There it is.
Directly.
Turtle. A flying turtle.
That's what it is. Yeah, but even that scene, I was like, whoa, wait, what? I'm like, who recognizes Cloud?
Right, yeah, I was like, wait a minute, it's like, I'm confused, like, maybe he recognizes the sword, but if he recognizes Cloud, it's like, it's world building. And that's exactly what I love.
Yeah, and
And
it's
then-
bringing in things. That's bringing in things from things like Crisis Core
Oh yeah.
to 7.
Yeah, which is nuts. And I love it. And it's like, man,
yeah.
my goodness. And
Absolutely.
then, before chapter 2 ends, we hop on the train, Barrett ends up, he goes, where you been? I was worried about you. And everybody's like, what? Is this Barrett?
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
Yeah.
what took you so long, huh? I thought that was pretty funny.
Oh, it was.
Then, I flip my lid when you walk in, you talk to everybody, and then you talk to Jessie. And she's like worried about the bombs, she's worried about everything, which is her character. Which, I love that. I love that they expand her character like that, because in, I think one of the books is called The Maiden Who Travels, and it's like Aerith in the live stream. And she actually meets up with Jessie, and Jessie still has, she still has the guilty feeling of like, the bombs were my fault, so I can't have rest. It's on my mind. And they sort of expand upon that in her character, and I love that.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And then when you walk through, and Barrett's talking to the Shinra employees, and that choral theme kicks in, I was like, yes, this is great. This is great. And that whole sequence, I was busted up laughing. Yeah, Sugar Creed. He goes, Sugar Creed my ass. Right there, I was like, yep, that's Barrett. That's Barrett. That's the Shinra manager. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the end of chapter 2. Is there anything else you want to talk about chapter 1, chapter 2, or you want to move on to the juicy chapter?
Oh, no, by all means. I mean, we can keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking? Okay.
That's it.
Then we get to chapter 3, and this is where I start gushing. This is where I start melting like an 8-year-old kid, just seeing everything for the first time, and just everybody celebrating it. And Barrett's like, "Keep it down, y'all." It's like, you guys being. It's like, Barrett, you're the one that's like shouting first.
Oh yeah.
And then Klaus steps off, and then Barrett mentions Tifa. He's like, she's waiting for you at 7th heaven. He's like, don't keep her waiting. And then the music starts playing. You're looking up and seeing the plates. You're in the Sector 7 slums. Tell me how you feel when you first get to Sector 7 slums after that sequence.
Very excited.
Yes.
You know, that was one thing, you know, OG had the background, and you know, it was very linear though, where you could go.
Absolutely.
And you know, obviously this game has those same aspects, you know, there's still a linear path for the most part, but visually it puts you there.
Yeah,
you
it was
could actually
like,
see, you know, sections looking up, and you could see
light pouring down and just lighting. Oh man, the lighting in that
just
section.
the lighting and just the feel, the grand scale of that area. Being able to legitimately see, you know, how those people lived and what the slums were truly like. You know, it was one thing to see it for the first time pixelated.
Where are they?
But to see it,
In here by now.
it just gave it a whole new feeling.
Ooh, you got
It was
stood up.
amazing.
For sure. And like in the original game, you had three screens for Sector 7 slums. You had the station, you had the outside area just before the station, and then you had where Tifa's bar was at. That was it for Sector 7.
Yeah.
And You get there, so you exploring, and like everybody's talking about what happened, and like you're saying, there's no freaking way Square Enix went all out on NPCs, and my goodness, they did. They went beyond. Like every little story bit, every little like character development is just like, this is a game like beyond my imagination.
Yeah, there was a lot to it, man.
It was like I explored Sector 7 like slum, just like the first portion of it, like when you first able to explore, before you even meet Tifa, and just like just walk around talking to people, seeing the lighting, and my favorite one was the couple. I don't know if you remember the original game. The couple talks about, hey, we should go somewhere quietly. He's like, where do you want to go? She goes, I heard the ghost the train graveyard is a good place to go. He's like, that place is haunted. Yeah. And just like, man, they added that in there. Like the train guy, the red soldier guy, he was there, and this guy, Bum, is like, what did me and the reactor have in common? And he did his joke. I thought that was hilarious.
Yes.
And like, just you can listen to the show your manager, and there's themes going on in the background on this little antique musical thing. It was perfect setting.
It really was.
It was. It's like, how are we in this game right now? It's like we just explored chapter 1, 2, and now chapter 3 is mind-boggling. Yeah. Then you move on, and then you have a cutscene. And this guy's like eco-terrorist. It's like every time you put a sign up, I take it back down, they put one back up again. He goes, the damn posters. And then Cloud has a headache, and he sees something fall and explodes. And you go, what the fuck's going on? What's going on here? And we know exactly what that's for.
You know exactly what it is, yes. And
yeah, I saw that. I'm like, no way. There's no way they're hinting that already.
Oh, but they did.
Yeah.
But they did, and it was so beautifully done.
Yeah, and so like, and the guy goes, oh, he is one of those Mako junkies. Because he recognizes the eyes. He knows what soldiers look like. That's another lore build up. And then before, like, then you see a ghost go past you. It's like, why are they here? What the frick's going on? Then Jesse and worries about her bombs, and Biggs can't stop with a shower, and Wedge is hungry, so they go run off. I thought that was hilarious. Wedge is always hungry. His tummy's hungry.
Always hungry, Wedge.
But before you go there, a lot of people missed out on this. But Maximilian Dude, me, and a lot of other people that played the original game, we know how Sector 7 slums work. There's these two soldiers that you gotta talk to them 2 or 3 times, and they are hilarious. It's beat to beat the same way as the OG, and I loved it.
Oh, absolutely! Right there where the plate structure is.
Yeah, opposite side, and like, there's like, it's still not good enough. You're not nice enough. He's like, stop right there. It's like, he's being really mean. It's like, no, you get the hang of it. It's like, I got it.
Yeah, they really did. So many feels, so much nostalgia brought back.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it was very wonderfully done.
So
then you walk into Sector 7 slums, and it shows cases like at night, and it's just like, man, here we go. And then you start walking up, and of course the camera's like fixed. And who do you see sitting there with Marlene? It is Tifa. And right there, I was like, I was gushing. My face is as white as like Joker's face. I couldn't stop smiling. I was actually nervous to run up to Tifa. I said, you know what, we gotta do it. And I did it. Man, it just, I almost wanted to cry. I melted right there, just seeing the bar, seeing how everybody reacted. I'm like, this is I'm in for a ride. Let's just frickin' go.
Yeah, she really blew my mind, you know, being able to see her and what they did with her.
For sure. It's like, man, my goodness. Just listen to her talk, and Barrett and Marlene, and Barrett gets pissy because you're not talking to Marlene the right way, and she remembers Daddy's rules, and he loves that for it, and Cloud just wants his money. Dang it, he's a mercenary. Give him his money.
Oh yeah.
That's what I love about Cloud. He's a dick. He wants his money.
Yeah, they really
For
they
sure.
really put a lot of focus on that, which was really cool.
Yeah, and they did. And Tifa's like, come with me. And like, you're hearing her music playing the jukebox. You go there and grab it. It's like, now we gotta find jukebox for our favorite tunes? What? This is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
And then Tifa's music's playing in the background. You walk out there, and Tifa's like, I'm gonna take you to your hotel room. It's like, okay. And then you have that wonderful walk through Midgar. I mean, not Midgar, but Sector 7 slums. You get, and then they have the little dialogue, and like, Tifa goes, yeah, I know about you. He's like, you're not good with people. He's like, yeah, you know. You know me, Tifa. I'm not good with people. It's so freaking good.
It really was.
And then, of course, she introduces, here's your door, here's mine, and then he's like, and this? And she's like, don't worry about it, Cloud, I'll introduce you tomorrow. Because we don't get that far. We end up going, okay, what's going on here? Because you go to sleep, and Tifa's like, I'll see you in the morning, Cloud, and you're gushing from ear to ear, and then he wakes up to like this growling, this moaning. It's like, what's going on here? This is really eerie. I don't like this. And like, that music comes up, and it only plays a couple of times in the original game, and it's really haunting. I'm like, what the heck's going on?
It really was. It really was.
It's like, who are we gonna meet? It's like
experience.
It's like, yeah, it's like, it made you feel like, who in the heck are you gonna meet? Like, why is this game doing this to me? I don't like this. And then on some, it's like, then you walk in and Cloud's flipping out. It's Sephiroth. It's like, what? What's Sephiroth doing here? And then Cloud's flipping out. He hits his, I don't know if you noticed this detail, but Cloud stumbles and he hits his sword on the top of the doorway. I thought that's hilarious.
Oh, I did too. Like that alone for me was absolutely
It
fantastic.
was, man. It was. That blew my mind. And then Sephiroth's choking him, and Cloud's getting him off, kicks him off. Tifa comes out, yells at him, goes, Cloud, stop! What are you doing to Marco? And we see Marco for the first time. Number 49. I thought the clones looked unbelievably good. And then we get not flashbacks, but flash forward to future parts. The whirlwind maze, and everybody saying,
Losing on purpose, to be precise.
What was your reaction to that?
Win without her suspecting? That to me is as
Say
good
that
as
one
a
more
victory.
time.
When Cloud gets a headache from
But if it'll make her
Marco
happy-
grabbing him, and he has a momentary flash forward to the future, to the whirlwind maze, and you're hearing all these guys saying reunion. What was your reaction to that?
I wouldn't say scared, but I mean it really does kind of make you fearful almost. Because like I said, just everything about this, knowing
So I've been thinking about it, and
the
I know
story.
just what you need.
Yeah.
Round to Fort Condor?
and seeing all these little things
Didn't I tell you I'm not in the mood?
is...
You know what? Fine. Why the hell not? Might help take my mind off things.
It tears at you, or it pulls at you.
Right. And for me, when I experienced that, I was mind blown. It's like, they're showing this already? It's like, we're not even nowhere near this, but I go, man, it's like, then I said right there, I just cannot wait. I cannot wait to see this play out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I want to keep seeing. I want to keep watching.
Like, for sure,
you
it's
know,
like, man.
I found out something very interesting, by the way, for you. This is a little off topic.
Yeah.
So, doing the VR mission against Ramu on hard.
Yeah.
He's just normal mode regardless.
Oh, is he?
I just kicked the crap out of him on hard mode. Yeah, nobody even fell, so sorry. I just thought that was kind of interesting. I was like,
that's all good. Right now I'm playing Yuffie DLC because why not? It's laid back. I could play
it's pretty
Remake.
laid back. That's what I said I was gonna do. Is, you know, while we were having our discussion, I was just gonna play on hard mode and make it laid back and not try to die.
Right. For sure. Well, at least you whooped him. You got him now, so that's a good sign.
I do have Ramu, yeah, so I'm excited about that. Yeah, I didn't have him my first playthrough. I was super weak back then, so
for sure.
You know, yeah, that was kind of exciting.
Okay, I'll put these guys over here. He might need some help. Yeah, I'm playing the Fort Condor minigame, as you guys can tell on stream.
Hard mode of that is legitimately much harder.
I bet. I can imagine. While we're having fun with intermission, guys, we're gonna go on with chapter 3. We go to sleep. We wake up. Cloud grabs his sword. Then the theme song starts going off, and I'm like, I am not ready for this. I am not ready for this. I'm not ready to walk out. You walk out. It's daytime. Sector 7 slums. Have fun.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What was your reaction when you first heard that music go off and you walked out of this room? And you was like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, breathtaking. Just the amount of detail in every single chapter and what they've done. You know, that was one of the things that I noticed is that there are certain times where you can look at things, and this is probably one of the very few, realistically, one of the very few that I have. Yeah. And chapter 4 for me really kind of exposed it, and that was they had so many NPCs.
Well,
there were so many things going on.
Yeah, I know.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, because it's a city.
Yeah.
You know, and you're in the slums, and you know, you can look at the character models.
Yeah.
And you can see where things were reused, and you know, where some things look identical, even though it's two completely different people.
Yeah.
And that chapter 4 was the first time that I actually noticed that. You know, and like I said, I mean, that truly is one of the only gripes. And the only reason it was even a gripe for me, personally, was I'm the type of person, because I have so much nostalgia for this, I just want to stop and look at every single little piece. You know, this is something I used to make fun of my mom for. We used to call my mom, we didn't call her, but anytime she'd get ready to play a game, we'd hold our finger out, and we'd just start moving our finger up and down, you know?
Yeah.
So, and the reason we did that was playing the early Final Fantasies, that was the only way you found secret areas. You had to move onto every block and every tile and see if the wall was actually a real wall or not. And so, you know, experiencing this, I wanted to do that. You know, the map kind of tells you and helps you along, but I wanted to go and look at all the different architecture that they had done and meet the people around the city. And after doing that, you know, I probably spent a couple extra hours on chapter 4 than I probably should have. I probably had like 2 extra hours on there because I was just walking around slowly, and then I'd run around, and then I'd walk, and then I'd run, and just looking at everything.
Right.
But that was the one thing, you know. And there were some points where they did a beautiful job. You could clearly tell where, even though they had to reuse certain things, they would still change things about the models. But
Yeah.
that chapter for me, that's the one thing where it really kind of opened up the thing of, okay, obviously there's at least,
Good to see you.
and I wouldn't
Take
say
all
that
the
it's a
time you want.
fault, but it's probably the one thing that really just kind of caught my eye, because I was so into the attention to detail
Right.
that I noticed it. I mean, just running around, you'll never notice it, and it's beautiful. But stopping at every single person and just looking at them, I could tell,
everyone,
and that was probably one of the few things, like I said, that really just I was kind of like, okay.
Yeah. I can tell, like, you can look at NPCs and be like, yeah, they didn't. Of course, they got dialogue and stuff, but like a lot of reused models, assets. They're like, our characters really stand out to the NPCs. NPCs like in a different world entirely, and we're like sticking out like a sore thumb. So that was also another thing. Is like, yeah, I can tell they kind of just generated. It's like generated NPCs. They had to hurry up and fill in the slums, the cities, and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I understand.
They really didn't do a bad
Yeah.
job on it. They really didn't. It was just,
Stamp asked the forlorn little fellow.
But you can tell, like, after a while looking at everybody's like, you know what? I just saw you in Sector 7. Like,
yeah.
I
Yeah,
saw you
that's
in
one
like
thing is-
Sector 5. Don't give me that.
I know who's a main character, I know who's a side character, and I know who is a character that is going to die. When you can, we used to make jokes growing up.
Yeah.
And I think it's more relevant now, or prevalent, I should say. Like with anime.
Was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
When you can look at the cover or the first scene of an anime and say, that's the main character, that's a side character, that's someone who's going to die, and that's somebody who
Right.
they didn't care about. You could tell that with the detail for each person.
That's all for
You know,
today.
like,
Did
it's an
everyone enjoy
NPC. He's not a significant character, but you do see him multiple times throughout the game. It's the Shinra middle management guy.
Yeah.
You could see the amount of detail they put in him.
Yeah. So
But
he's
the
a side
person
character.
next
Yeah.
to him, yeah, he's a side character. But the person next to him wasn't, you know, they were just a person. You know, that is one thing that you could tell.
Yeah. You look at him and it's like, yeah, he's a generated NPC. While the Shinra manager, they knew everybody that played the original game knew about the Shinra managers. Like, you got to put him in the game and make him look special.
Yeah.
And then, so let's see, it's chapter 3. We just met Tifa. We go to sleep. Got the little cutscene, and we're exploring the world. So we're not going to go in every single detail. It's going to take forever to talk about each chapter.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
how do you feel about the side quest and walk around with Tifa?
You asked for it.
I thought it was great. You know, one thing about OG was it was something that was hidden in the game, but you scored points for certain characters, crossing things, and things like that. And knowing that there was information kind of made me. I love Aerith, I really do. Don't get me wrong, I love Aerith.
Overreacting.
But Tifa's that hometown sweetheart kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
That thing that never really blossomed that should have, you know? And for me, that was really cool because they already had that chemistry there. And I hate to say it, but you could see the sexual tension, you know, between the two characters.
Yeah.
Even if it's not something that was going on. And
Let's do this.
it almost made me feel oh my god, you two, oh man, it was like cool, but it was aggravating at the same time.
Right.
I'm like, good god, come on, hurry up. Tell each other how you feel, Cloud, stop being let's
Yeah.
go, bro, let's move on with this. Like, I really love that aspect of going around with her, but at the same time I was like, man, because you already know the story, you know. But that, to me, that adding that in, going around and seeing the extra new character, the new character,
right, for sure.
Marl, you know, Marl.
Oh yeah, the landlord. Yeah, she's freaking amazing.
Love her. Even in you know, Intergrade, the little thing that she's got. Like, I love that, you know. And kind of building up Cloud and his rep as, you know, a merc rather than just being some random nobody who's in a Texas 7 slot. Like, you're doing what Cloud wanted to do. He wanted to be a merc. That was so-called his dream, right? So being able to actually go out and do jobs and start to build reputation, I thought that was a really cool experience.
For sure, yeah, it was, because I thought I know the side quest was a little bit like generic. You know, had to find cats and fight rats and all that, which is it's a Japanese thing. It's side quests and stuff, especially Square Enix. But like after you look past that and just being around Tifa, it's like, man, this is world building. That's what that is.
It is.
It's world building, and it's like
a great job.
Yeah,
it does a great job of world building.
For sure. It's like, man, they know what we expect.
Yeah, they really did.
And just like, so you do all the side quests, then Tifa's like, let's go back to the apartments, and it's like, oh man, here we go. This is gonna be awesome, and it was. It's just like, Tifa and Cloud just having an interaction, and even Marl knows, Cloud, you gotta be there for her. Quit being a freaking, you know, a kid with no emotions. Quit being a robot. Please be human. Be your friend. You say you're his childhood friend, but are you really? It's like, I see past your little goofy, you know, game you're playing, which is amazing. Yeah, exactly. And so you do that, and what's funny is, I already told you this. I don't know if you remember, but there is a part in that secret scene that Cloud kind of looks at Tifa, and Tifa's giving him that look. It's like, that's a Tifa look. Like, a lot of people say, hey, yo, Tifa's coming on to Cloud. It's like, she's got those seducing eyes. And Cloud thinks that, alright, we're gonna get it on. And then she's like, so, 5 years ago. And he's like, oh, right.
Like, oh crap.
Yeah, he thought he was gonna get it on with Tifa. And they have confirmed that in the Material Ultimania for Final Fantasy VII Remake, that Cloud did have that on his mind.
Really?
Yeah. Cloud was actually ready to get on. He thought Tifa called him in her room so he can get on, and they haven't seen each other for 5 years. But she just wanted to talk. He's like, oh, right.
Whoops.
You could tell by replaying that. He was like, yeah, Cloud, we see you. We see what you're looking at, Tifa. And then Tifa's like, so, how would I look like in a dress? And that's where first decision-making comes into play.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that whole scene with Tifa and Cloud lone time at last?
I mean, like I said, I mean, the amount of, you know, sexual tension that was there.
Yeah. Like, Cloud's handing her his flowers. Like, come on, Cloud. You know you really like her.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, don't clown around. So, yeah, we do the side quest. And then, one of the main missions, Johnny shows up. He's in the original game. A lot of people forgot about Johnny. Yeah.
Loved seeing Johnny. Absolutely loved seeing Johnny.
And, wasn't the voice actor for Johnny, wasn't he on Dragon Ball Z or something?
You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I thought, somebody goes, they're using him as Johnny? Perfect. Perfect voice acting. And, yeah, I like Johnny. Johnny was like, I see him throughout the OG, like, even when I was 8 years old. I did recognize Johnny's red hair, and like, Johnny's in this? Once I saw the trailer, it's like, hold on, Tifa, you're, you know, it's like, hold on, babe, I'm coming, Tifa. It's like, what?
Yeah.
But amazing. Johnny was perfect, then Cloud's like, he wanted to murder him, and Tifa's like, Cloud, no. And it's like, you're scaring me. Because he had a look in his eyes. So, uh-oh.
He did.
Cloud's like, I'll get rid of him, Tifa.
And he would have too.
Yeah. And then, after all that, we get to the bar. And then Cloud's like talking to Tifa, and then he talks to Jesse, and then Barrett wants everybody to go downstairs. And then Tifa comes back up, and then before that, we do have the minigame. If you want to talk about the minigame, do you want to talk about darts, how you like it, or dislike it?
Yeah, it was super easy.
Super easy, super fun. I'm glad they had it in there. Listen to Tifa's song.
Quick, easy, and yeah, just, you know, that was one thing, is getting the music, you know, the different songs and stuff. That was, man, that really hit it for me.
Oh, what do you think of that crazy chocobo music you found in the back?
Love it.
The hipty chocobo. I said, what on earth is this? But it's like, man, it's catchy. Oh man, and then Tifa has a drink with Cloud, and like, then Cosmo Canyon before he does plays darts. I thought that was a nice nod to Cosmo Canyon. And then Cloud's like, beautiful. She blushes, she leaves, and later on after darts, she come back. And then Tifa knows that Cloud's not able to go on mission, and she feels trapped. So Cloud remembers that. He's like, you don't feel comfortable, don't do it. And of course, I've seen a lot of people do this in their playthroughs, and it kind of drove me nuts. It's like, I don't know why you guys didn't stay. Because just sitting at the bar, even though Barrett tells you to leave, here's the rest of your money, the dialogue between Avalanche is amazing. And lore building.
There was a bunch of that in there.
Yeah, and like, they're talking about how they kicked us out, and Jesse's like, no, that's not how it happened. It's like, she's really irritated, and it's like, man, I cannot wait until they flesh that out some more later on.
Big time.
And like, and then you leave, and then, of course, Don Corneo's thugs. I recognize, that's like, I recognize you guys. And the main, like, one of the main ones of that group, he's actually in the original game.
Oh yeah.
That's like,
talking about the dark dude with the yellow like mohawk with the sunglasses.
No, I was talking about the thugs you fight in Sector 7 slums. I think the main guy, the main leader there, he's actually in the OG Final Fantasy 7. When you go to the wall market, you go like to Honeybee Inn. There's this guy that looks really tough. He's got the black vest on, and it's like, wait a minute, that's the guy from the OG. So it's like, I didn't catch that until after I started playing OG Final Fantasy 7 recently.
Okay.
I was like, wait a minute, that's where he came from. So it's like, and all kinds of stuff. And of course, the weird music comes up because Cloud's trying to make some money, make some scratch. You fight him. He's like, he's not Shenja. That's like, I don't give a shit. You slaughter him. You go to sleep. And Jesse's like, hey, honey, welcome home. Hilarious.
Yeah. You know, that's one thing about. That's really one thing about this one, is just diving into, you know, the mood is not even the right word. Just the thought process of Cloud, just his, for lack of a better term, his I don't give a blank attitude is. They really, really nailed it.
Oh, they did.
And people's ability to see that he is a broken shell of a person, but, you know, Marl said it best in intermission. He's got he's built up his wall so damn high that he can't even see over him himself.
Yeah, it was.
And every chapter you go through, you see that more and more.
You do. You
but
really
there are
do.
These little tiny rays of light that break through every once in a while.
Yeah, it's freaking amazing too.
That. Yeah,
and we're gonna get into that now because chapter 3 just about ends as Jesse says, "Cloud, I need your help. We're gonna leave tonight," and then we get our nice red materia and it's Ifrit summon. I was like, "Oh hell yeah!
Summon.
Oh hell yeah! Let's do it."
Summoning is one thing they did in this game that I really enjoyed.
Yeah, because they felt powerful. They felt like you only need to call on them when you really need help, and they did a lot better job in this game than Final Fantasy 15. This 15 was horrible. Like, you get Leviathan, you gotta be near water before you can summon him. Odin only comes out once in a while, not Odin, but Titan, and then like him and Ramu. You had to be almost incapacitated or really hurt if the battle took too long. They can build summon those too.
Mm-hmm.
And then Shiva was the worst one of all. Like, I could not get her to summon. You had to be like, all your members had to be like incapacitated. The battle had to take too long, and before Shiva was able to be summoned. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's terrible. But Remake did a wonderful job. Ifrit summon is amazing, especially when you first equip it and you start using it right in battles you need his help in. And chapter 4 is an amazing spot for that, and that's what we wake up to. He goes to sleep, wakes up, he don't go to sleep. He just tells Jesse, "I'm ready." Chapter 4 begins, and then we're about ready to take off, and then Biggs and West shows up out of the blue, and he's like, "Oh, the last trains are left, and we figure you need these."
Yep.
And then you get more bonding moment with Wedge and Biggs and Jesse, and then Cloud reveals himself and says, they ask him if any of his parents still around. He's like, no. And we know why.
Yeah.
His mom's dead, and then Square Enix have confirmed that Cloud's dad left when he was really young, and he's like a traveler. He travels around a lot.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't know who Cloud's dad's name is, but he likes to travel for his work. So.
Oh, it's got to be Gilgamesh then.
Oh man. Oh man.
No. I'm kidding.
That'd be hilarious. Nah, they would go that way. Yeah. But yeah, chapter 4, and we get the mini bike challenge. What do you think of the mini bike challenge in this?
I suck at it. That's what I think.
Oh no.
So, yeah, I have not gotten the achievement for getting the kiss for the mini bike.
Yeah, me either. I eventually did.
I was watching your stream. You did get it.
Yeah, I got it on normal, but the first time I got that trophy, as I cheated, I played the game on easy.
Well, I'm gonna have to do something.
Yeah, because
I suck at that
the first time I played it, she goes, "You failed the test." He's like, "What test?"
Yeah.
But yeah, normal and easy, I aced it, and you get the kiss from and Jesse is like, "Okay then."
Yeah. You did it on normal this last time when you were playing on PS5.
Yeah.
I thought it was really fun. I probably spent 2.5 hours that I shouldn't have replaying that daggum mission, trying to get it, because of the completionist that I am. Sadly,
it's a nice little mini game. It gets us warmed up for later on.
It is
last chapter.
Yeah, last chapter when we get there, that sucked. Oh god. But that aspect of it
before the mini bike challenge is over with, we are introduced to a brand new character named Roach.
Yeah,
the speed demon.
Just super over the top.
He's a Nomura character.
He was a very. I feel that he's a very moronic character. To me, he's like a Steiner from Final Fantasy IX.
Yeah.
Like, he's he's there, but he's more of a comic relief because he's so over the top. He's almost just like a Shakespearean idiot.
Yeah.
Almost, you know.
You know who he reminds me of? The way he talks and riddles off in poems. He reminds me of Genesis.
Yes. Okay.
That's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute. He talks in freaking like poetry, and he's like, oh, I wish I only knew. And it's like, this is Genesis.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
Genesis was more badass though, so
yeah.
You know,
Rose is like the comic. He's like the comic relief.
He's a comic. He is. He's a comic relief.
And some people hated him. Some people goes, I don't know why they put him in here as a Soul Nomura. I hate his character because it don't fit Final Fantasy VII. I'm like, you know what?
It really does, though. It really does.
It does because Final Fantasy VII is serious, but it's so funny.
Yes, they had so many moments that were just put in as a joke, as a jest to lighten the mood. Because if you go by just the actual story and you have none of that, this story is so dark and it is so depressing.
It is.
And it's extremely depressing and extremely dark. I loved those moments of just a little bit of, lightheartedness, and, he's so wacky and so over the top, you're just like, oh, yeah, okay. But that was great for me. I loved that.
Yeah, and like just seeing Cloud like, Jesse, take over, and he jumps out, slices his bike, and like Abbott children. I thought, man, this is sick.
Super bad to the bone, yeah.
And then Roche like, oh, I'm never satisfied. We will meet again on the road.
Yeah.
And that's not the last time we see him either. We see him later in the chapter. We'll get to that shortly. But we arrive at the destination. We go on to the upper plate of Sector 7. Brand new, never in the original. And I'm like, wow, this is beautiful. Just seeing how the upper plate looked, and it's like way different in the Sector 7 slums.
Yeah, it really was.
And one of the biggest nods in this game that people probably passed by and didn't realize it, there's a basketball court.
Yep.
And and the developers are like, we wanted to make that an actual minigame, but considering it being late at night and you're there for a serious mission, they figure we'll just leave that as a nod to the minigame at Ghost Saucer.
Yes.
And I thought, perfect. At least you could kick around the basketball. I'm happy about that.
Big time.
And then we get to Jesse's house. And we get to learn more about Jesse's parents.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on that?
Fleshing out that bit of story was really, really interesting for me. Seeing the side of things as to why they're doing what they're doing. Being able to see Jesse's background and where she came from. She's not a peasant. She's not a slum person.
No.
She's a top plate person. And seeing her for the first time, you can kind of gather that to begin with, because even as she's with Biggs and Jesse and Barrett and them, Jesse's never been like dirty.
Yeah.
You can tell she has a poise and a presence about her.
Yeah, she feels different from the other group.
She does.
For sure.
She really does. But just the amount of camaraderie, I guess, and the family that she's built with Avalanche. And
yes.
Sugar Wedge, knowing her mom and dad, and going through those things and putting on that table every time she's there. And
for sure,
her not being able to face essentially her own father in the state that he's in. That was really interesting. It really kind of hits you in the feels.
Oh, it sure does, man. Like, it's just like, wow, it blows your mind. Like, when I saw Jesse's mom, and then, of course, I seen her in the trailer, so it's like, I knew Jesse's mom's gonna be in the game, but like you didn't see anything of her dad in the trailers. And it's like when you see her dad, it's like wow, something major went wrong. And then you find her little letter, and like you find out that she worked at the Gold Saucer. I'm like, man, really? And she was a princess. It's like, man, that's awesome. That's so awesome story detail. And we find out her last name. Her last name is Raspberry.
Yes.
It's like, man, this is too good. And then you leave, and then she comes out. And then, when you hand her the key card, and you for a brief moment, you actually see a picture of it. If you pause the game right there, his name is Roland. Roland Raspberry. I was like, man, that's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, just the amount of detail that they put into those. Something just as simple as that. You know, it just makes you appreciate it even more.
Yeah, just like, it's a love and effort they put in the game. It's like, there's no question about it.
That was one thing that I would definitely agree with, is the love and effort that they put into this game.
For sure.
There was a lot of it. There was a lot of it.
Yeah, man, it's like, and then you talk to Jesse and them. It's like, man, it's like the character building in this is freaking amazing. It's like, how are you able to keep this up? And like, so you go on this mission, and like, man, it's like, I cannot wait. And then you do this mission, and everything it's okay. You just gotta distract some things. It'll be alright. And then you have that nice walk, and then Biggs tells a story about what happened to Jesse's dad. And it's so sad. It like teaches you why she got on planetology and why she found Avalanche. And she wants to save her dad from being poof, lost forever. And I was like, man, that's just freaking so good. Story building.
Yeah,
That's a good word to describe me. I'm thinking legendary.
I'm thinking modest.
So we get to the mission, and we do the thing, and then of course Big's like, don't forget to stock up, and we'll go over the plan. And you go over the plan, and then of course Cloud has that promise scene. That blew my mind. What was your reaction to that?
Leave us alone, will ya?
Where Cloud and Tifa are little kids, like teenagers, and she wants him to save her when she's in trouble.
Back up into the water tower.
Yeah.
That was one thing. It was 5 years prior.
Yeah.
That took place. Nibelheim was 5 years.
Yeah.
No, Nibelheim was only a couple years. He left at 16. Cloud's 21.
Yeah, so it's 5 years ago when that promise.
Yeah, so that scene happened with the water tower 5 years prior. Both in OG and remake both. I think they did a better job a little bit with remake than OG, but to me they just didn't look. They look prepubescent still.
Yeah.
And I mean, at 16, as how do I say this?
Bet I can finish him off first.
Well endowed as Eva turned out.
Yeah.
At 16, you'd think she'd have a little
Aren't I just awesome?
start towards that.
Yeah, because
that's a focal point. That's not what I mean, but I mean,
I know what you mean. Women develop faster.
Cloud,
yeah.
Neither one of them. They look like they were 10. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and like his. I will say this too. I love that scene. I fell in love, but like his voice is a little too deep for me.
Yeah, it didn't. It was a little different.
Yeah,
was.
like I know it didn't sound like Cloud like now, but it's like that sound like the way he looked, his voice didn't fit.
Yeah.
Like they need to change up the character model should have been a little bigger, but an OG is the same. It's the same freaking thing. Like OG, Cloud's really tiny and Tifa's really tall, and OG 5 years ago Promise. It's like, huh? Like
Yeah,
that's not a nitpick. We're not mad at the game. That's just a nitpick we call. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little something.
And then we get before we do the final battle, and of course you cook Ifrit. You go, okay, I'm ready to go. We rush in, we kick some butt, and then like, I love how Biggs and Wedge they interact in that whole mission. I thought it was unbelievably good. And Wedge, he cracks me up. He's like, "Hey, I got this." Woo, he does a dog whistle, gets bit in the ass.
Yes,
that was hilarious.
Loved it. Absolutely was hilarious.
And
Very much so.
And then after you get through a few of it, it's like you're just cruising and of course, the Big's like, of course they storm next here. It's like, duh, it's a Shinra warehouse. Of course, you get used. I used Ifrit for that fight, and it was freaking unbelievable. It was so good.
Yeah, it was a great fight.
Got to place a guard dog.
And then we figure, okay, that's it, right? That's all. And then here comes Roche. Again.
Oh yeah, Roche. Super awesome.
He's like, you know what I want? A one-on-one. It's you and me. I was like, let's freaking go. Third-class soldier versus this guy thinks he's a first-class soldier. This ought to be fun. And you can tell Claude is struggling. He's like really super tense, especially when like Roche makes a move. He goes, I still got it. And Claude's like, it's like I didn't expect a third-class soldier to be this fast.
Yeah.
It's like yeah, that's definitely Cloud because Cloud's put on a persona. You can tell that, yeah, Cloud, you're not ready for a third-class soldier. Of course, we fight him. He heals you at the start. Then I thought the boss fight is pretty fun, one-on-one. It was different. I was like, I appreciate this.
Yeah. I did appreciate that fight. Like that was a very interesting fight.
Yeah, it was. I knew how to handle it because I was like, you know what? I use the assessment area on him, learn a little bit about him. Third class, people don't like him. He's too of a hothead. I was like, this is perfect. But then it's like, okay, I know what to do. So I used my Punisher mode and counter. Just kept countering him. I hit him with a fire spell a few times.
Merc's built a wall around himself so damn high even he can't see over it. He'll never
that was counter was pretty much the one thing. Really just kind of took that fight for me.
Really not
It made that fight very easy in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of people. There's some people complain about that. That fight is too gimmicky. It's like, I just counter the whole time. It's easy. Until like the second half of the fight. The second half of the fight is a lot better, in my opinion.
That was a close one.
I could see that.
But yeah, it's like you counter everything, then he eventually gets pressured, and he's easy to beat, as long as you're careful. Don't get hit too many times. So you beat him, and then he just goes nuts. He's like, until we'll meet again, my friend, on the open road. Try not to die. And then he takes out half the guards and everything. He leaves. That's hilarious.
It really was. It really was.
Let's see. So get that fight done. Oh, then Wedge gets captured by the chains, and then here comes the cavalry. It's like, who are these guys? They look badass, and they are Narcel from Avalanche HQ.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think of that whole thing that transpired after Roach?
It was very
One of the
interesting.
suspects was apprehended.
Yeah, it was.
I thoroughly enjoyed being able to see the differences with.
Hey, over here! Can't believe those freaking morons. They damn near got themselves eaten trying to hide that stupid
the different
poster.
Avalanche
Stay away from
group.
that factory, you hear? Place has monsters coming out of
Being
the
able to see
walls.
that was really cool.
Yeah, it was. Like, it was world building. I was like, man, it's like they made a deal with Wu Tai, every material, and it's like, man, this is so good. And it's like what it is, it's a nod to Before Crisis, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like, man, that's freaking sick. And then you leave, and he's like, we need to get out of here before they start asking questions. You'll be in trouble. It's like, oh man. It's like, you leave, then you meet up with Jesse. Wedge comes out, and she's like, where's Wedge? And they threw him. That's the same group that got Wedge free. They actually were escaping in one of the Shinra trucks, so they skipped by, but they dropped him off. So that was like really neat. And then I laugh at this part. It's when Jesse smacks his ass. That was hilarious. I was like, thank you, Gabe. That's so hilarious. I needed that.
It really was.
And then Cloud even smirked. I was like, yeah, that's the Cloud we know. And then we get to escape, and then like Cloud's like, let's get out of here. And then before you leave, there's this old granny with a broom, and I thought it was freaking hilarious. She's like, let me go get my gun. I destroyed a platoon of these guys back in the war.
I loved that.
Yeah, me too. World building, I was like, cool. Some random granny, fought in the war. This is freaking amazing, Square. Thank you. Then the whole sequence after that is like, I got a big heavy Top Gun vibe from the music. My goodness. I thought it was unbelievably good when he's parachuting.
Yeah.
So what do you think that whole sequence with the parachuting? She's like, come back to my house, I can pay you in full.
Oh, God, yeah. He was true.
She was. My goodness.
Definitely
So yeah, they don't end chapter 4. We go back and then visit everybody, and she's warns you, do not fall for her game. It's all play for her, which kind of makes sense. She was an actress.
Yeah.
I love that building. And then there's Wedge, talk to them some more. They go to sleep, Tifa comes in. And then I love the dialogue exchange. She really wants Cloud to stay, and I can see, like, I can feel her, like, she's worried about Cloud. Like, she don't want to leave him, like, him to leave. She wants to keep a close eye on him. And she's worried, like a childhood friend should be. That was unbelievably good.
It really was.
And then we get to go to sleep, and then everything goes haywire after that. It's like, what in the world is going on? Like, what are these things attacking the party? What the hell's going on? It's like, people's worrying, Cloud's gonna go over there, and it's like, at this point, it's like, what's going on? Like, why are these things attacking?
Yeah, that was interesting.
It was. It's like, I didn't know what they were. I'm like, you know what? I want to kick their butts. Battle ends, and it's like, okay, what the heck's going on?
Yeah.
And then, like, Bear just thinks it's just a lot of weirdness going down in the slums. He wants Shinra to pay for it. And of course, and then you go, okay, so Cloud is now able to go on missions. Okay, well, this works out perfectly, just like OG. And then we get to the end of chapter 4. So we get to chapter 5, and that's making your way to the train station, all that. And Heidegger being introduced more of his character in that was amazing.
Won't old Snapper be impressed when
Very
I rock
much
up with
so.
these bad boys?
Liked his character.
Yeah. Loved going through that entire area and being able to understand that.
Well.
Just seeing that chapter play out.
That's a 1,
as a
2,
whole
3, and a 4,
really
5, and I can't believe
cool.
it. 6.
Yeah, because they expanded upon Heidegger and Shinra as a whole.
Yeah, and showing them, puppeteering them essentially, and them just saying, Avalanche saying, you know what?
Only these
Screw
Midgarian
it.
dummies would find that a challenge.
Regardless, we're still going to
Speaking
try
of
to
which,
show
here, for a
the
fellow
right
tough
way.
nut.
And then being able to actually go through and dismantle.
Well, what do you know? A real-life ninja paying old Snapper a visit.
Airbuster.
Truth be
Yeah.
told, I'd love to have you round
That
the
was a
bar,
really cool
but
idea.
you
I
got
love
your
that.
Yeah, it was. So here, chat, we're gonna talk about chapter 5, 6, and 7, kind of like all in one cohesion, because chapter 5 has some story beats. Chapter 6 kind of did for lore, but that wasn't really anything really super special. But 7, we'll talk about 5 and 7 a lot. 6 is kind of just like what we feel about as being a dungeon. Had a little bit of lore building with the lights and how Shinya was like smogging the whole area with their little ventilation system.
Yeah.
But chapter 5 was good. I think Heidegger is perfectly well done. I know some people complain about he's too skinny from his OG fat round power gun.
No, he looks just like a good Russian villain.
He does.
You know?
And that horse laugh.
Not in the aspect that, yeah, not in the aspect that, like, you know, oh, Russia equals bad or anything like that. What I mean is, you know, for me growing up, you know, the big general guy, you know, it was German or Russian. He was big and gruff, just always. I mean, he killed it, dude.
Oh, he
killed
did.
it. You know, being able to go up above where the lights are and to turn them off, just to try to get into that area.
Oh, for sure.
Was wicked cool. You know, you could actually see some detail down below you, and like I said, actually getting into the manufacturing facility and all of that. It just kind of that whole, like you said, 5, 6, and 7. Just to me, it was all kind of one thing.
Yeah, because
You know,
you're heading towards the Mako Reactor 5. So 5, 6, and 7 is all one story beat for those three.
It really was. But the concept behind it, I thought, was really cool because you know in OG you didn't have near as much of that.
OG Mako, yeah.
Get off. You're running down the tracks. You get to the reactor. Blase, it was the exact same, except now on your way out, you've got Airbuster. And that was it.
And and President Schringer just happened to show up at Mako Reactor 5. Like, Barrett could just easily shoot him. But this way in the remake, absolutely mind-blowing. It was perfect. It made sense.
Yeah, it made sense. It was really well done.
And then we learned one thing. We learned one thing from like Crisis Core nod is a degradation of soldiers.
Yes.
He warned Cloud of that, and Cloud goes, "Of course." Like Cloud don't really understand that. He's just saying yes because he's trying to put on facade, which is unbelievably good. And the whole thing about Wutai and Avalanche, and it's like we're gonna put you all in one basket, and make you guys evil.
Yeah.
And just dismantling Airbuster, just the height leading up to the fight, and then the mini game where you gotta press the buttons at the same time or pull the switches.
Yes, loved it.
Yeah.
Thought it was super awesome.
Frustrating, just like the OG, but man, the nod was awesome.
Yeah, big time.
I loved it. That Airbuster, fighting him with that awesome theme. Oh
God, yeah. So good.
That's like this is the best boss theme of those that fight fight on and fight further. Depends what version of the song you listen to. And I just said, man, this is good. Crab Warden was fine. That was an awesome fight as well in Chapter 5. I thought it was unique. You definitely got to use the characters a lot, switching back and forth, and them communicating with each other too in that boss fight was super fun, super good.
Oh yeah.
And then Airbuster, it's probably one of my best boss fights in the first half of the game, other than Chapter 9, but we'll get to there shortly. So we beat that, and then Cloud of course falls, and but he had the grappling hook. He's able to prevent himself from getting hurt. Then we have the whole sequence of him having his headache, and then his own self talking to him, and then Sephiroth shows up.
Yep.
What was going through your head when you saw that for the first time?
It was different.
It sure was.
It was definitely different. You know, that's one thing about this. You know, just everything about it is so different.
It was.
But it was so good because of it.
It was. I was like blown away, and then before the game lets you like get your mind situated to figure out what's going on, then you wake up inside the Sector 5 church and you hear Aerith speak. It's like then you just melted, you're gushing because you're about ready to be with the flower girl for a little while. And that blew my mind. Aerith, shout out to Brianna White, the voice actor. You killed it with Aerith. The character model is awesome. The way that her personality is on tack, on point, being that snarky but confident woman.
Oh yeah.
Man, just then we get it. She talks about how it's like mine's not good for anything at all, and Cloud goes, maybe you just don't know how to use it. She's having flashbacks or something. And then that blew my mind. It's like they're showing glimpses of the future of this particular moment. What?
Yep.
And then they talk to her some more as she's excited. And then here comes Reno. Matt, first time seeing Reno in action, his voice actor, the way he just busts through those doors all confident. What was your thought when the whole scene played out?
Fucking nailed it.
Yeah, it just
That was
perfect.
my thought process.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, they just smug attitude, part of the Turks, just, you know.
Yeah, and it sounds just like Reno. It's what Reno is.
It does. Yeah.
And his boss fight,
makes you think.
freaking fun.
Oh, absolutely.
And then when you nail him with that big move and he like knocks him back, it's like, take that, Reno, piece of crap.
Oh yeah.
So good. And hey,
So
but
good.
before you do that sequence, before you talk to Aerith, if you run back to the door, like the back of the church,
Yes, you can hear.
Yeah.
You can hear them talking. I
Yeah.
did that.
I was like,
I did
what?
that. I
That's
loved
cool.
it.
Yeah.
I thought that was amazing. I thought that was wickedly cool.
And then stuff starts hitting the fan again. It's like they're back. These ghostly figures, these dementors that people like to call them. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Then they blow Aerith and Cloud in the back of the church. It's like, okay, what are they doing? They're like, are they hurting them? Are they protecting them? Or what? What's going on? Then throughout the whole sequence, it's weird. It's like, are they trying to hurt you? Are they trying to save you? Like, save Aerith from falling down?
Yeah, you really can't tell at that moment because they're aggressive, but they're also helpful.
Yeah, and then like you want to try to get this freaking yellow materia. It's like, nope, access denied, sucker. That got me mad. I'm like, what? Come on, just let me through there. I thought maybe I could squeeze through the lighter side of the hole. Nope. It's like, but you make your way up. and you finally knock down the chandelier, which I thought was pretty cool. A lot better than barrels. Barrels are like OG thing, which I thought was pretty funny. But the chandelier makes more sense, in my opinion.
It really does. I mean, that was one thing me and you laughed about this, I think. God,
Yeah.
It's been a month or so. But I was like, you know, just where do you keep barrels at in a church? Oh, the rafters. Duh. Of course, that's where you always keep your barrels.
Yeah, right, right.
Rafters. Yeah, so yeah, chandelier was great.
That was great. I know a lot of people complain about the monkey bars thing. It wasn't that bad. They just had to figure out which way to go.
Yeah, it was a great little addition. You know, they made it as unrealistic as this game is. They made it realistic.
Yeah.
You know, and that's great. I love seeing when you can take something that I already enjoyed, but you can make it more believable. I like that.
Oh yeah.
You know,
For
I
sure.
absolutely love that.
And it's like, then you make your way up, and you're like, your characters are trying to figure out what's going on, and Aerith thinks she might have answers, but she's like, oh, no, never mind. Then you see Reno all beaten up, he's trying to walk, he's getting help. It's like, poor Reno.
Yeah.
And then...
Loved it, though.
Then we get to probably one of the most memorable scenes in all Chapter 8. The rooftops conversation between you and Aerith as you make your way to the slums. It's like, my goodness, this is magical.
It was. It was really awesome.
Hearing their theme, then seeing the church, just seeing the layout of everything, it's like, how is this real? How is this game real, folks? How are they taking each of these scenes, and we think there's no way they can make it 10 times better than the original? They're living up to our expectations. I fell in love. It's like Aerith, and like in the original game, like when I first time played it, I cried when she died, as I felt like she's one of our party members. How can you take her away from me? Like, but Remake, they just make you like love her character. Like they want you to love her character for what happens down the road. And it's like, thank you, Square. Thank you for making it 10 times, 1,000 more times worse than it will be in the end.
Yeah.
And then, like, Klaus starts breaking down his hard facade. He's like, you're killing me.
Yeah.
That was awesome. And then we get to introduce to Aerith's gameplay. What was your first thought using Aerith?
What is it?
I was okay with it. I mean, it wasn't, she was ranged.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously thinking of her as more of like a healer class, as you did in OG. She wasn't strong. This one made her... She's a powerhouse in this one.
Yes, she is. Like,
she really becomes a powerhouse, and that's part of, you know, how they did the weapons and, you know, the little grids, you know, with upgrading and things like that, and using the weapon to learn the abilities before you move on to other weapons like that. That was really cool.
Definitely.
Big time loved that.
Me too, man.
Loved that a lot.
It's just like, how can they make this game a lot better? And like, especially her, it's like, in the original game, you use her and she's like, dong, dong, you know, there's like 16 to 32 damage, like, alright, Aerith, you're not that strong, we'll keep you in the back row.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
It's like, and Remake, like, just the way, like, her, like, her moves, like the way her animation felt, like she's elegant, she's like really floaty, she's like, everything works perfectly for her. I was like, that's how you use Aerith. And like you start working on her abilities, and like that ward thing she puts down on the ground, and you're allowed to cast like two magics in a row. That's amazing.
Oh yeah, big time. So
we go to make your way, and then you you find out that, hey, there's Rude. He looks amazing.
Rude, yeah, was just that. He was Rude.
Yeah.
So well done.
Like, he looked
So
perfect
well
in
done.
that black suit.
Oh, God, yeah.
He's like, what of it? He's like brushing himself off. Love the attitude.
Big time.
So we run into him, then Aerith's like, there will be monsters. So you make your way around, and guys have a few cutscenes. And you finally get to the Sector 5 slums. What was your first thoughts when you saw the Sector 5 slums for the first time?
I mean, for me, it was like Sector 7. You know, that was just one of the things is each part of the cities progressively got cooler and cooler to see.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, because obviously you've got more story in that area, but, you know, being able to see, you know, the school and those characters, it was nice.
It was to see. Like, it felt different than Sector 7 slums. It really did. And I really loved that. And then we got to see Scarlet.
You do. You can get to see Scarlet in all of her glory. Beautiful woman. They did a real good job just on her voice actress nailed the bitch.
Yeah, they did.
And I use that term as an everything term. Her attitude, how she talked, her way of thinking, she nailed it.
Oh, she did.
She
like, big time.
Nailed it. God, you see her on that TV and I'm just like, you bitch. I'm like, God, I hate you already.
Yeah.
And that's one thing they did a lot with everything in this game is they made those different aspects of it. They hit those key points.
Oh, they did.
OG, obviously there's no voice acting, it's all text-based, but I mean, you got, as a kid, when you're doing a text-based game, you know what they sound like in your head.
Yeah,
your brain
for sure.
does that, you know? And for them to nail that, like you said, with Reno and with Rude, I mean, they nailed those characters. They really did.
Yeah, it's like, man, it's like, how can they do any worse? Like, how can they do any better? And they sure do. It's like, man.
They do. They do. I'm on the hardest Fort Condor fight of my life, I believe.
Oh boy.
I'm playing Wedge on hard.
Wait, did you just call me your friend?
But of course, with that display of passion, you've
So after that, you run in and you find out there's an orphanage and a whole bunch of kids that know Aerith.
Yes.
It's like, wow, this is like, kind of reminds me of Advent Children in a way. A whole bunch of orphans.
Yeah, yeah, it did. Yeah, big time.
And it's like, you know what, Aerith is like the slum mother, you know, the kids look up to her, the medical guy looks up to her, the orphanage looks after her, you know, looks out for her and say, hey, you know, we need your help, and it's like, man, this is just like Tifa's slums. This is Aerith. We get to build up her character for a little bit. I go, this is exactly what I want. So instead of going all the way through everything, what do you feel about the side quests and Sector 5, Chapter 8?
They were fun.
I agree.
Legitimately fun.
They were a lot better than Sector 7's side quests.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. They just, yeah. They were actually really fun. I had a great time doing them. I didn't feel,
And then you do that one about the Toad King, and the way the Cloud handles that is freaking awesome.
That really was. Like,
Cloud's like, oh, I have a deal for Toad King jobs.
Yeah.
And you get to nail that. It's like, oh.
God, yeah, that was, and being able to use that weapon, that was how it's completely
and
different.
And like, what I like about it too, is the way it sounds when you hit enemies with it. It's like, this is perfect.
I mean, it's a bat.
Yeah, I loved it. Then I got the disorder. Of course, I didn't use the bat very long because when you use the charge up attack, it's too slow. I like the design. I love the way it sounds.
No, but the ability you learn from it, where you get to switch
Yeah.
between normal to the Punisher mode with that ability was perfect with the nail bat, because you could sit here, whack, 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 use the ability, go right into Punisher, and then pong.
Yeah, I love that.
I loved it. Like that was great. That was the best weapon for that ability. That bar none. That was awesome. Loved it. I'm gonna get my butt kicked.
And then we have the Angels of the Slum side quest.
Very cool one. Very
yeah,
cool one.
Yeah, I liked that too, and it was very fun. Then the mini game, the Whack-A-Box. What do you think of that mini game?
It was okay. I mean, I passed it, just flying colors.
Yeah, it was really fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, wasn't bad.
Let's see. I change up my my riot troopers and stuff here.
Ah.
There you go. 6 got 2, got a level 3. That guy got a couple of those shields. I think we're good. Okay, so we get done with the side quest, and then you talk to Miss Soya, and she talks about something. It's like, whoa, I did not expect that. She mentions Biggs. That's her mentor. I'm like, really? I like, our Biggs was no freaking way. This is awesome.
Yeah, that was definitely different.
It was. It's like, man, this is freaking good.
Yeah, that game was so good.
And then, after we do all that, then we're alone at last, but not alone at last, but before we do the secret discovery, we go back to the thing, and of course, someone warns us, there's somebody in the black suit that's near your house, and we run into Rude. That whole connection between him and Cloud, I thought that was freaking awesome.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. You're gonna poison my characters. It's alright. We're still alive and kicking. That's all that matters. But yeah, we fight Rude, and he can see through Cloud, and I thought that was like super awesome, and I'm really happy about that, because I gave Cloud some more character growth, and Rude can see past him. Hopefully I don't lose against this guy. Oh yeah, there's a freaking helicopter. But yeah, get to beat him, then we go back, and then I love the whole like Cloud and Aerith picking flowers. That was freaking awesome.
I beat Wedge on hard first try.
Nice.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I am all the way back to Chadley again on hard.
That's awesome.
Where are we at? Chapter 9? Where are we at? Walmart?
We're about ready to start chapter 8, 9. We're gonna finish up chapter 8.
Yeah, chapter 8. Seeing Tifa in the back of the Chocobo wagon. You know.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
My first one was, you know, her purple dress. So that
was cool.
it was, you know, because that was one of the things that, you know, people were complaining about, that she wasn't as well endowed. But the way they did this was,
and
if you look at her outfit, it looks like she has, you know, like sports bra and or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is cool, because I mean that would make sense with her type of fighting anyway, in my opinion. That legitimately made no sense. And then putting her in an actual dress, that would be, you know, it's a braless dress, obviously, because there's no like real back to it. I mean, you can clearly see that they still made it the same.
Right,
but
for sure.
That being able to see the difference between those, like I said, the attention to detail in this game it really didn't matter what chapter it was. Every chapter had its own beautiful aspect to it.
Yeah, for sure.
It was awe-inspiring, wonderfully done. The visual acuity of things was to the point. I mean, it was really cool. And going into Wall Market,
sure showed me.
chapter 9. I mean, I don't.
You freaking bet I did.
You ready to go to Wall Market?
Not gonna go
Yeah, because chapter 8 ends. We already know that Elmira, she knows about Cloud, about Soldier. You traded life for power, so you can't have both.
Yeah.
Which is another nod to Crisis Core.
It is.
Was everyone right?
Really well done, though.
Yeah, it was. Like, it really made Elmira, like, feel like, you know, I can't trust you because, you know what, you're not, you know, I can't have Aerith be with somebody of Soldier because she knows all about what they have to do to get power, and...
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Because I wonder if Elmira knows about Zack, because Aerith was going with Zack, so it makes you think, well, if Elmira knows about Zack and Cloud has Mako eyes, it's like, here we go again.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is, though. She saw what Zack did to Aerith, not like in a sense of,
hello, Yuffie.
You know,
I
he
finished
was
reviewing your
mean
Fort
to her
Condor match
or
records. You exhibit what in
anything like
sporting
that,
parlance
but
is called the ability to perform in the clutch.
Aerith was
and
in love
the heart of a
in
champion.
Crisis Core.
In
She was.
You know, the
these
two
traits
of
make you the
them
ideal
were.
player. That being the case, if it isn't too much trouble, would you mind testing your mettle against me?
As a parent, you know, I'm a parent.
I'm
and
sure
seeing
you'll kick
that,
butt.
I mean, it was... That hit home.
It did.
You know?
Yeah. It hit home because, you know, it's like, well, Elmira knows, and Cloud's like, okay, fine, I won't talk to her ever again, I'll leave the night. And of course we have the old little mini game where you gotta try to sneak out without bumping anything, and that darn bucket's right there in front of your feet.
That darn bucket is right in front of you from the very start. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They knew it. They knew what they were doing.
As everybody's looking ahead, everybody goes, okay, there's something over here, it's like, oh, this way, and then that way, it's like, no, you got a bucket right in front of you.
Yeah.
It's like, oy. I thought that was pretty funny.
It was. It really was. God, this guy scares me. I gotta fight Chadley.
Yeah, the Chester. Oh, I'm fighting Chadley too. Not hard, but I'm playing this playthrough of... Oh, I summoned my Blast Ray. And my shield guy.
Let me do that. Okay. Alright. I've got every troop you can buy. I've got every board you can buy. I'm running with the best. I'm running the same thing that Chadley's running.
Right?
Yeah.
And then we get to chapter 9. And before we even start beginning, of course, Aerith finds out you're leaving, and she's like, I'm not tired of you yet. And then, of course, something else happens. She starts walking off, Cloud gets a vision, and he starts crying. And we all know what that's all about.
Yep.
And my goodness, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
Let's see. Shoot, I don't have anything that fires upward, but I can fight fire with fire. Yeah. But yeah, that right there got me not really emotional, but just it hit me hard. It's like, I don't know, folks. I don't think I'm ready, but let's just go ahead and do it.
I mean, I wholeheartedly agree with you on that one.
And then we move on. Of course, we go, and she explains about Wall Market, how it came to be, and I love that lore building. I was like, man, this is great. This is great. And so, you want to see Wall Market? We're like, yeah. And Cloud's like, no. It's like, okay, fine, Cloud, have it your way.
Yeah.
Of course, Chadley's probably gonna win this one.
Yeah,
maybe.
Tony's about to kick the crap out of me, dude. Jeez, he's only got like one thing basically different from me.
Oh man, that's not good. But anyways, we go to the side little pocket thing, and then Aerith's like, go this way. I haven't been here since I was a child, but oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. Then we meet up with the hand claw. It's like, okay, this is a remnants to the OG, and I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah.
But before that, though, the music for that section is like, what is this? This is new. This is different. And I loved it. It fit. Just gave it that nice touch.
Yeah, it really did. It really did.
Oh, Mom, I'm gonna lose this one. It's alright. Alright, so we go... Before we do all that, though, we find a Cosmo Canyon. Little music thing. I thought that was really neat. Sets it up to where we like it. And Aerith and Cloud have a little moment where they're trying to figure out how to do a slap? How do you clap each other's hands? I was like, okay, come on, folks, let's get to it. I thought that was pretty neat. And then we get the magnified materia. I'm like, I wonder what this is. And I read the description and go, this is the all materia. Awesome.
Yes. Yeah, very interesting.
I was like, this is what I've been waiting for. So I give it on Cure. That's how it was in the OG. Give Cure with all materia to Cloud, and I can heal the whole party. And man, that was awesome. Then we finally make it to Wall Market, and not quite. Not quite. We're not at the Wall Market yet. I'm getting way ahead of myself. We get to the park, and Cloud's finally raising up his hand. They finally clap hands. It's like, good, finally. And then that one note starts, and it's like, No way. As Aerith's theme, the park, beautiful at night, and then that scene happens. The magical scene.
If it isn't my favorite ninja.
She wants to take a break, and she talks to Cloud about her first love, and he's like, what's his name? Of course, we don't hear the name because Cloud has a headache. What's your whole idea with that? What do you think your reaction was all that? Did you like it?
I did. I thoroughly enjoyed all that.
Me too. It was good. I really loved it.
Yeah, once you actually get to Wall Market, man, that really blew me.
Yeah, it blew my mind too. So we do that scene, and then Tifa comes out. Well, before that, and like Aerith and Cloud's like, so I thought that was pretty cute. They're starting to talk in unison. And like Cloud don't want to leave Aerith, and Aerith is like, you need to go you need to go back to Sector 7. I'll be fine. Of course, we realized later on that we could just took the main path, which had no enemies at all. But good building for the characters. And then Tifa shows up, and it's like, man, just like the original. And then Aerith's like, you need to go save her right now.
Yes.
And we go there. We meet up with Chocobo Sam, and then after that, Debago. Then we run into Wall Market, and that place, ladies and gentlemen, blows my mind.
It really did. That Wall Market was a really fun area in OG.
It was.
It was honestly the first time you really got to see anybody that technically who you think had makeup poisoning. You saw the tattoos. That was really the first time. And,
right.
You know, in Remake,
if you ever find yourself with a few spare coins,
you've seen all of that before you get to Wall Market, but still holding true to the aspect of going in drag. And I love what they did with the Honeybee Inn, because they kept certain aspects of it, certain little quips and sexual innuendos in there.
Yeah.
Changed a few things here and there. I mean, obviously you don't have the hot tub and the bouncy bed with a room full of men, but you still have what's his name there at the Honeybee Inn, and that section of it was outrageous.
Yeah, it was. It was really outrageous.
It was far out though, man. It was super cool.
Yeah.
You know, you can look on either side of the fence, but that was still just a cool scene, irregardless. Like everything about Wall Market was. They envisioned it properly in my mind.
They did. They did.
The shops, I can't wait till either part 2 or part 3 when I get to go inside the machine gun with the broken item shop.
Oh yeah, I love that. That was a good nod.
I want to go get, my item at the end of the game. I can't wait to see what they actually stick in there.
Right, me too.
Because later on in OG you have to come back and the machine gun's not busted and you get your items. You get like one of the like W item or W steel or W summon or mime or something from there.
Yeah, for sure.
So I can't wait to do that, but
Right. I can't wait either. Just seeing that and seeing how Wall Market was, the music is unbelievably good. The characters in there was unbelievably good. The story was unbelievably good. We can go on and on about the trio, Leslie, Corneo, the dance sequence, them getting their dresses.
Oh, yeah, all of that. Yeah, going over there to the underground fighting, the nod with Hell House, like
Hell House is awesome.
Oh god, yeah, super fun fight.
Yeah, so it's like that was one thing that all the fans like. There's no way they can add Hell House. He's too goofy of an enemy. It was just a random thing, and Square Enix like, hold my controller. We got this.
Yeah. Hold my sake. Here we go.
Yeah, it was unbelievably good. My goodness. And then Corneo, they nailed him. He's nasty. He's idiotic. He's just like, it's like, what are we doing here? I thought that was unbelievably good.
It was.
And then do all that, and then of course my first time playing through, I didn't know you can get the level 2 limit break, so I went through that whole chapter 9 without getting any of the level 2 limit breaks. Because I was like, I want to get on with the story. I want to get to the story. It's really important. That's what I'm here for. And like, I thought, they don't have anything good, but I was wrong. So I watched somebody else do it, and I was like, wait a minute, there's actual stuff I can get? What? So then we get to chapter 10. And I thought that was good. That was a good short little chapter. A lot of people don't like the sewers. Nobody really don't like sewers in any game. The sewers are usually like either long, or just boring, it's just like, But I liked it. Gave it more character development. What is your thoughts of the whole wall market into the sewers?
I really enjoyed all of that.
I'm glad.
Just being able to go through there, all of that with Don Corneo, and there was a bunch of creepy parts, but
right?
You know, but it was really cool.
Yeah, dance sequence was pretty funny.
Oh, big time. Yeah, I loved it.
It blew my mind, especially Eris like losing it, and she's like hyperventilating, and she thinks Cloud is hot. She's like, like, calm down, Eris. Calm down.
Yes.
Like, geez, don't hyperventilate now. This is not working out like I wanted. What I got? Let's see. I need you to heal. I'm put poison on these guys. I forget how to beat this guy. But yeah, wall market blew my mind. Corneo and all the dresses, of course, Cloud being selected. And then you get down the sewers, and then you fight Abzu.
That was a really fun fight for me.
Yeah, it was. It was fun, and it just brought back memories. Like, okay, he knows he does the sewer wave. Gotta be careful. A lot of people struggle with that because the sewer waves kept killing their party members. And poison. Poison is another thing you gotta watch out for. Ah. Yeah, Abzu was fun. Sewers was fun. The Sahagins were a little bit annoying, especially the first time you fought them.
Sahagins were hard, yeah. First time I fought them, they were hard, bro.
But the being a Toad is like, man, the Toads are really super good model-wise. Cloud with a Buster Sword. So I really appreciate that. So we got to chapter 11, which was the most haunting chapter of all. And I really had chills going down my spine. The whole atmosphere was amazing. The story of the ghosts and the trade graveyard was pretty interesting. What are your thoughts of chapter 11?
Think we should make a run for
it? That was different.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely something that, like, you really had to pay attention to, like, the context. But apparently the ghostly kids were kids that Aerith was actually playing with in the train graveyard. And Allegory had something to do with it. And I thought, whoa, that's pretty dark.
It was.
And I got sad, and just like then seeing Marlene as a ghost, I'm like, what's going on here? Yeah, it was. A lot of people I watched videos of, they thought that chapter 11 kept them out of like the immersion of the story a little bit. It's like, why are we doing this? Like, why here all of a sudden? Because we find out that the Sector 7 plates are gonna fall just to try to destroy Avalanche. So they figure the train graveyard was like an immersion breaker to some people. But we as fans know that it's in the original game, so that's where it's always been. And then Eligor. Did you remember to steal the weapon from him?
Of course.
Me too. I was like, I'm not going to forget this. This has a weapon. And sure enough, her bladed staff. I was like, excellent. Boss fight took a little bit to get used to, but I got used to it in a hurry.
Yeah.
Can't fault him for trying.
So I thought that was a unique boss. And then chapter ends with Tifa and Aerith are looking up at the Sector 7 pillar. Because we hear Runer, Rude are like trying to get the passcodes. And then Song is talking to them in the background. You can tell that they are not into this, but it's their job. Which I love the characterization of those Turks. My goodness. That was fun. That was good. And then chapter 12. We get to this part of the game which we as fans know what's going to happen. And was like, I don't know if we can deal with this. I don't know if I'm ready for it. And my goodness, what a chapter.
What a chapter indeed.
Just everything with, even playing as Aerith and seeing Wedge and like they're trying to make a difference and they finally get that one rookie to open up the gates. I thought it was really neat. And then we started to see something different. We started to see, especially Aerith in the sewers and that, like she's starting to let slip that she knows things. Because she's like right out of it, and Tifa's like, you know something, don't you? And she's like, oh, we're fine, let's just keep moving. Or she knows exactly who Marlene is. And she also knows that Cloud is a merc. It's like, okay then. And then, of course, we meet Sung for the first time. I thought his character was amazing.
Oh, absolutely was.
Like, they nailed his character. Let's say you can tell he's the head honcho of the Turks. He's like, you don't want to mess with me. I'm like the boss. I hope sometime in the near future we do get a boss fight with him. That'd be awesome.
Oh, that would be.
Like, get this. This would be the perfect thing. You fight Reno and Rude and maybe like Elena, or say you fight all three, And then Sung's in the background, like he's like seeing if, you know, he wants them to stop clouding them. And you beat him up. Let's say you beat him up and Sung goes, okay, now time for the fun to really begin. And he's like a lot stronger than all three combined.
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
Yes, it would.
So, chapter 12. We're making our way up. And we finally ran into Reno Rude. They're getting annoying, but before that, we run into Biggs. And my goodness, that hit hard. Just see him talk about the orphanage, and he knows Cloud is still a kid. And just, it's like, game, what are you doing this to me for?
Big time.
I didn't cry, but that got me. I was like, man, it's just too good. Of course, the Whispers are there. What are you doing there? Of course, we have to fight them before we get to the Sector 7 pillar.
Yeah.
And they're aggressive. It's like, get out of the way. Make a way out, Reno Rude. Of course, Reno's being an annoying little punk-ass bitch.
Of course.
Shooting that Cloud, he goes, oh, there's that first-class asshole. I thought that was pretty funny. Because he can never let that go. Cloud beat him up.
No, of course not.
And then when Rude goes, my hand slipped. Another nod to the original game. That was awesome.
Yeah, it really was.
And then, of course, Marlene meets Aerith in the bar. And then something transpires, which the developers do not want to talk about right now, but they want us to imagine what the heck happened between Marlene and Aerith. What did Marlene see? There's something something she saw made her calm down a little, and Aerith's like, shh. Just our secret. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't even know what it could be, but I'm pretty sure in game 2 or game 3.
Yes!
You beat him?
Sorry, I just beat. Yeah, I did.
Good job.
Holy crap.
He's excited. He just beat Charlie in hard mode.
Yeah, I did.
Take that, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, so...
Give me that achievement, bro. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
Condor Queen. That's
and
it.
then Marlene says, you smell nice. You smell like the flower. She shows the flower. We try to keep it alive. And then she talks about how she wants to plant flowers like her. Be a flower girl. And then Song shows up.
Yeah.
So what do you think of his voice actor? You think he nailed the lines?
I liked him.
Yeah, me too.
I liked him a lot, actually. Yeah,
and then Aerith's like, standing their ground's like, only if you do one favor for me, as they know each other for years.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was pretty neat. And then we get another big scene after we fight a whole bunch of things. And the flying helicopter dudes that almost kill you in the middle of all this emotional responses going on. You try to remain focused. Try not to die because that ruins the immersion.
Yeah.
And then we get to the scene and everything goes quiet. And you're walking across that little platform and you make your way to where Jessie's at. After she tries to blow up a helicopter. That right there. That made me cry.
I got choked up. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. That's one thing they did really great. They spent the time to invest in the characters, make you feel for them. You already know what's going to happen. You know, especially if you played OG. You know.
Yeah.
When, where, what floor the thing you're going to be on. I mean, it just, irregardless of knowing, it still hits you.
It does. You know? It's just like, it's like how a game. How can I, if I can't stand this, how am I going to handle the other scene? later on.
Yeah.
But right there, I bawled my eyes out. I had to take my glasses off. I had to give myself like a couple minutes. Then we were able to save and get ready for the big boss fight between Reno and Rude. And we get Barrett back, by the way. Finally.
Yeah, we do.
What do you think of that boss fight between the two of them instead of just Reno?
Completely sucked because I was sitting there trying to steal from them.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because, you know, when I tried to steal from Reno, first try.
Yeah.
I got the nice item. Kept trying to steal from Rude the rest of the entire fight. Almost died. Ended up, like, getting Reno down to, like, you know, nothing, where he's just laying on the ground. Rude had literally 1 hit point left, I think it was, and I just kept trying to steal. Finally, like right before I died, I stole the last item, and then just shot him or hit him with a sword or something. I hit him 1 time and he died, and the boss battle was over. And then right after that, so like, what is it, the very next chapter or something?
Chapter 13.
Yeah, so the 2 items that I had just, like, done all of that work to steal, it's, like, the first thing you can get in the next chapter. And I was like, you son of a gun. I thought they were going to be, like, special items, you know, like with Eligor, but no.
Yeah, right.
You just got them 1 fight early.
Yeah, and it's like, and, like, even the steal rate in that game is, like, weird. It's wonky.
It is.
But yeah, that fight to me was very good. It was really hyped. It's like one of the most hyped fights for me.
Yeah.
And it's like I took all my rage out on those 2. Even though I did struggle a little bit, I didn't die, but beat them.
Yeah, no.
And then
same thing with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we get to, they gotta try to escape, and then songs like "This has been condemned." And it's like, Eric's like, she's safe. I found Marlene. And like, everybody's like, Eric, and then you gotta hurry up and escape. And then once you head through that awesome CGI, you see Wedge is surrounded by all those whispers again, those freaking ghosts. Leave him in the castle alone. And then, speaking of cast, right after that, we see a cameo of K-Sith, or Kashi, pounding his fist. That shocked the crap out of me.
Yeah, it really did. It really did.
It's like, wait, what?
That entire scene, though, of, you know, it had a significance in OG, but seeing it this time was
yeah,
gut-wrenching.
It was.
It really was.
It was. It's like, then it don't stop there. Chapter 13 starts. It's like you thought you can, you know, get your emotions straight, and then all of a sudden, nope, we're gonna pour on some more. With exactly. how John Eric Bentley just nails the lines of Barrett, and Barrett's about ready to cry, and he's pounding his fist, and of course Cloud is just standing there. He don't know what to say, and Tifa's trying to console him, and she's like saying it's our fault because, you know, we blew up all the Mako reactors. And,
yeah.
And Barrett's like, oh hell no, ain't this on them, not us. And I thought that was really super good. The voice acting in that was great. And then you make your way back to Aerith's house. And before that, though, you can meet up with the 3 trio and Wall Market. They have their little talk about how they don't know how to express what just happened. And then you happen to look up on your way back, and you go, wow, a plate's missing, and it just hits. It just sinks in.
Yeah, it really does.
It's like, even the music like that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was a very sad time.
It was. And then we get to Amara's house, and of course Bear comes running in, say, "Hey, where's Marlene?" And Amara has the audacity to go, "She's upstairs sleeping." It's like, that's her dad. Like, he's allowed to go see her. But that's always pretty funny how Amara's like, "She's sleeping, she's alone." Well, I mean, he just lost Avalanche members. I think he should go be able to see his daughter.
Yeah, a lot of people lost a lot of people, you know.
Yeah, and then, of course, then after that, and then you guys go on. It's like, you know, we got things to do. Is Elmira won't let you go rescue Aerith. And she's like, "No, I would not have you endanger my daughter any further. Leave her alone." And he's like, "Fine, we got work to do in Sector 7. So you go back to Sector 7 slums. And it's like, you get to see the wreckage. And it's like, man, it's like, what have we done? It's like, it's so freaking good.
Yeah.
And then, they throw a curveball on us. It's like, what? Why just Cat's here? What the heck? Where is he leading us? So you go back. And there's a hole.
That part really... Yeah, the whole section with, you know, Wedge being alive and going down into the underground or whatever.
Yeah. Chapter 13 still.
13, yeah. So, that was really amazing. That opened doors for things that I was thinking.
Yeah.
That came to fruition in Intermission. Obviously, you know, they couldn't have expanded upon that in OG, but
right.
Not too shabby,
that
Sonon.
whole just underground facility was really good. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was. And you get to play as Barrett too, and with the big Bertha. Oh my goodness.
Oh, of course. And
having that Maximum Fury. It's like, if you're any gamer and you really love the ability, what are you gonna do? You're gonna shout out, "Maximum Fury!" I couldn't help it. That was too freaking good. And, yeah, this whole thing, like, even, like, the unknown entities and finding Wedge and just, like, understanding, like, the Shinra underground lab is, and you hear him growl, it's like, what is going on here?
God, yeah.
It's like, man, it's, like, so freaking good.
Big time.
And then you fight the big one, and then finally, after you beat the freaking boss, which takes a little bit, and then Cloud finally shows up to do the finishing touches.
Yep.
And what I like about him is like, "How'd you find us?" He goes, "I just followed the bullet hole."
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly nailed.
Yes.
And then, after the big shot, or fire in the hole, you approach the hole. And then, something major happens. It's like, whoa. We just found some secrets of the underground Shinra labs. What was your thoughts on that one?
It blew my mind, like they said. I mean, that was something that I wasn't really expecting. And then seeing that, I was like, oh, holy cow. Like that brought into thoughts about previous titles.
Yeah, it did. Like, just seeing Cloud, when then Cloud's like visioning himself, like waking up in those pods, it's like, man, that's creepy.
Yeah.
It's like Cloud realizes that, oh no, and the Whisper's like, the ghost's like, nope, we're gonna yeet you out of here. You don't need to see anymore. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Another aggressive thing. It's like, oh. But Wedge is alive. Barrett goes, I'm gonna look for others. Tifa and Cloud's like, hey, look, they're in bad shape. They wasn't look like they're gonna make it. And Barrett's like, you don't think I know that? I don't need to be reminded.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes Wedge back, and I think that was like a conclusion to chapter 13 with all the emotions out of there. And then you go, okay, chapter 14. But this is where things get a little weird. You wake up middle of the night. This is where all your decisions come into play. You can either you can wake up and find in the garden Barrett, Tifa. If you wake up and you favor Aerith throughout the whole playthrough, including chapter 10, we forgot to mention that chapter 10 you get to choose between Aerith and Tifa, and Claw's right in the middle. That's a Square Enix thing. It's like, here, pick and choose. Who do you love more? Thank you, Square. I see you. But if you pick Aerith all the time and you really like her, you wake up and you see her, like, you see just a glimpse of her walking down the stairs. He's like, what? Why is she here? She's locked up in Shinra HQ.
Yeah.
So go out there and find out she's out there, or Barrett or Tifa. I got Tifa first time.
Oh yeah, I did too.
And I thought that was emotional. Cloud don't know how to respond. He still has the mind of a teenager, which we will not. Well, we can spoil that because he didn't really have a good childhood, and he wasn't able to grow all the way because what Ben went through. He went through terrible hell with Shinra, Mako, Genova cells, you name it.
Yep.
And then seeing Zack die, his best friend. Yeah, Cloud's seen some shit. He's been through things.
Yep.
So he don't know how to respond to Tifa, so he just hugs her. And Cloud, having that Mako energy, power, he squeezed too hard. And Tifa's like, you're hurting me, Cloud. You mind letting go? He's like, oops, sorry. Barrett? I think Barrett's a pretty interesting one. You meet him out there, he's like, can't sleep, huh? He's like, you too? And he starts talking about his Avalanche members. All the ones we haven't met yet. Yeah. And I cannot wait till they further expand upon Avalanche. Maybe we'll see more members. Maybe more cells. That'd be interesting.
That'd be very cool.
As he promises Cloud, he goes, I want you to meet them someday. I'm gonna have you meet them someday. And I go, man, I can't wait. Then, Aerith. Aerith is the most interesting one of the bunch. Because she says some things that's like, yep, this girl knows what's going on. She's telling Cloud the truth. You can't fall in love with me, Cloud. It's not real. I don't want you to. And Cloud goes, do I have a say in this? Do I have a choice? And she's basically saying no.
Sure.
Which I thought was freaking mind-blowing. When I watched it the first time, I was like, what the heck? And then, like, the aura, you see all this, like, the northern lights going on. That's actually, like, all the people that died in the Sector 7 plate fall, they're returning back to the planet. According to the Ultimania, which I thought was like, wow. That was great. I mean, sad, but great detail. Then Chapter 14 is the final side quest, which could take from 2 hours to 3 to 4 hours. Depends how many you want to do, and how long you're going to take doing them. There's a lot of running back and forth. And
yeah, it really wasn't that bad in my opinion.
No, it wasn't. I enjoyed every single bit of it. Tied up loose ends. And of course, Barrett's got a couple of weapons out of the deal. Melee weapons, by the way.
Yeah, that he got some melees.
Yeah, which I thought they were pretty neat. They was kind of slow for me at first, but as I replayed this game, the melee weapons are freaking OP for when you fight grounded enemies. He does a heck of a lot of damage.
Oh, absolutely.
And I really like that. But yeah, the side quests, all the side quests are good. Angel of the Slum, we find out is actually Murray, which I kind of knew that from the start.
Oh, God, yeah.
So what do you think of her granddaughter, Carrie?
I don't think YouTube's terms of service will let me say that in a polite manner.
Oh boy. A lot of people did not like her. She was really annoying.
Yeah, I was just gonna use a word to describe her. Not like I didn't care for that part of the game. Like that's a character.
Yeah.
You know, I just not really annoying. She's just a. She's a typical. Yeah, people get mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I mean, I was a fan of the idea of the character, just... If I met her in real life, I'd just walk away from her.
Right, it's like, yeah, see you, goodbye.
Yeah. Like,
and a lot of people, including myself, are like saying, is this Yuffie in disguise? When you first see her, does she look like Yuffie in disguise? Kinda.
I guess I could see that.
But after that, we did the one I really liked was going back underground, and then you run into a Type 0 behemoth. That was fantastic.
Yeah, was not hard. So when I get there on hard mode, you know, I'll be able to see how hard he actually is. But
right.
Yeah, just on normal though, that was a pretty easy fight actually.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I think the only thing that hit me most is like when he did like his spinning move was like a belly flop. It like kind of has like that area effect.
You know, that was one fight I played as I think I played as Barrett pretty much the entire fight.
Ah. That's neat. I switched around. I used all three. And that fight was good. And then, yeah, like all the side quests is fun. Like finding all the tunes for oh, what's her face? Ah, I forgot that little girl's name. Marlene's friend. That was fun. I didn't really do the Coliseum. My first playthrough, I didn't do the hard mode whack-a-box, but the second time through I did, and then all the Coliseum stuff, I thought that was fun. Got the limit breaks. And then the Mithril Blade, I thought that was really super good. I love the Blade Burst. So freaking good.
Oh yeah. I love how they implemented, you know, different things as different limit breaks and
yeah,
different limit breaks as just abilities.
Yeah. And let's see, Leviathan. We didn't really cover the Leviathan fight. I don't think I unlocked. Did I unlock him in my playthrough? My first playthrough, probably not. My second playthrough, I did. I think I died the first time, but I beat him the second time.
Yeah, I got down to last character. We had this talk. I got down on my last character with like, I think I had 5 hit points left. And he was at his sliver, and instead of using ability, he did the one like saving grace thing where he just like stores power.
Yeah.
and I went in and I was able to hit him a few times and kill him.
That's funny.
Yeah, no, I literally one character left. Like I was literally down to like 5 hit points.
Yeah, it was a tough. It was a tough fight. I really appreciate the fight too. I was just like, man, that's a good challenge.
Yeah, it was. That it was.
And then, so we get done with chapter 14. Well, actually, we're not done yet. We have to go back into the sewers. And I looked at that as a nice grind. A lot of people I watched playthroughs of, some like saying really square. You're just trying to pad the game, make it longer. It's like, really, you didn't have to do this. Really annoying. But I think it built Lester's character, which I thought he's a real neat character.
Yeah, I really like that character. Very cool character.
So it's like, alright, Square, I see ya. Now you got to level up, grind a little bit. Now we get to the quick and easy chapter 15, overlooking the sector 7's plate fall, and that was pretty hard hitting as well, and magical look.
Yeah.
What bit bother?
So you make your way and you fight a whole bunch of soldiers, and then you get introduced to third-class soldier enemies. And I thought, man, this is cool.
You do. It's very interesting.
Yes, it was. Then you make your way up, and of course you run into Valkyrie, which is another boss from the original. And he was pretty interesting to fight.
Not too shabby, Sonon.
I got you,
Yeah,
boss.
to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't have any issues with that, and then of course the cutscene with them saving each other with grapple hooks. I thought that was amazing. Cinematic. It's like, my goodness.
Let's go.
I was like, man, this game's freaking awesome. Just seeing that play out.
Yeah.
Then, that was just a warm-up according to Cloud. He's like, I hope you guys are ready because
So what'd you think?
it's time.
Awesome.
We enter Chapter 16, Belly of the Beast. We start off with the iconic scene of Cloud looking up at the Shinra HQ with his sword on his back. Your thoughts, seeing that for the first time? Oh yeah.
Aren't I just awesome?
Yeah, I saw that. I immediately took a screenshot. I was like, I gotta take a screenshot of that.
Yeah, that would definitely be one to have gotten a screenshot of.
For sure. And then we make our way to the parking garage while being very mesmerized by the fact that Square Enix put all their efforts into the Shinra HQ, because my goodness, that's a fantastic looking chapters of the whole game. You make your way inside, and you make your way inside the lobby after fighting all those, and you're like, whoa, this place is freaking awesome. The music, the setting. And then...
Yeah, it
what do you think of the
that was one
Tifa?
heck of a place.
What do you think of the Tifa little mini game we had to do?
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was pretty neat, and I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't treating it as an RPG for some reason. I missed out on the purple pain weapons for Tifa.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did the monkey bars. I wasn't paying attention. Apparently, I watched somebody else play it, and then after I beat the game, I watched it play through, and then oh, there's a purple chest over there. I forgot to get that. What? It was Tifa's gloves. It's like, dang it. But then after you get that done, you got 2 ways to go. I chose the elevator my first playthrough. Which way did you choose?
Yeah, I just walked in. Went through the, Yeah, I didn't take the stairs.
So you took the elevator.
Yep.
Which that was good. That had a nice, you know, story lore, and it, you know, just tell you about like the employees at Shinra. Not all of them are bad. They're just trying to be there to work jobs and take care of their families. Which it's like, wow, this is.
Yeah, it made things really different.
It did. And then you get up to the 59th floor, and you hear this classic or jazzy music playing. It's like being at a fancy lobby at a restaurant. It's like, what on earth am I listening to? Is the theme for Scarlet. I was like, wow, this is fancy. So I walked around that big massive room for about a couple of minutes just listening to music, and I got to the little cutscene with Barrett and Tifa's telling Cloud, look at this, and my goodness, the view is good. And then after that, you make your way up, and you gotta activate your Shinra key card, which, by the way, we make our way to the Shinra Museum, which is brand new to Remake.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is different. And I really love it. So what was your thoughts when you first ran into the Shinra Museum?
Seeing all the crazy... Oh, Lord.
So what'd you think? Aren't I just awesome?
Can you not summon on hard mode?
You should be able to.
Just leave us alone, will ya? Get lost! I'm unstoppable. Hope you in pain.
To me, seeing everything, like seeing President Shinra stuff and seeing all like the Shinra stuff like that. That's just like, man, that's cool. I really loved it.
I did too. That was, oh, I'm dead again. That was very intriguing to see.
It was. And that wasn't all. After you do it, before you leave like the President Shinra museum part, they have a nod to Final Fantasy X too. For Shinra from Final Fantasy X-2, it looks like he's a little bit grown up, and he's wearing a suit with his mask on. I was like, huh? I was like, okay, I see you, Square.
Yeah, in theory, they do say that they could be linked.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of people hope not, but
yeah. Well.
But I loved it. I really did. And then we go a little bit further. We upgrade our key card even more, and then we go into the Cosmic Theater Room. And that's where things really start getting mind-boggling, trickery, fuckery, whatever you want to call it.
Big time.
And just seeing the ancients, and how they look and stuff, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
I was like, it's like me cracking myself like an egg, and I just like melted. I was like, okay, this is shockingly good. This is the first time we ever saw an ancient outside of Aerith.
Yeah, them just kind of like openly talking about it was very interesting.
Yeah, it was. And like, man, I just really like that. And then of course, we think that's the end of it. Nope. Sorry guys, that's not the end of that little trip. We got Sephiroth taking over.
Oh yeah, seeing Meteor and all that right there really just like, oh shit.
Like just seeing Cloud and Sephiroth back to back with like Meteor coming down.
Yeah.
And all Cloud had to say was Sephiroth, but what was going through your mind when you saw Tifa and Barrett get killed by Sephiroth inside that thing?
I don't know. I couldn't. It's
It's
hard
too
to fathom, you know.
Yeah, it's like too much going on at once.
Yeah, I mean, like you know it's going on, but at the same time you're still just kind of like, huh?
It's like what? It's like what's going on?
Yeah.
And then of course, you're about ready to leave, and then you get a cutscene with Palmer. We see Palmer talking about his butter and his tea, which a lot of people think he should say lard.
Yeah, lard was a very funny thing.
Yeah, it was.
You know.
And it blew my mind about Palmer, and then of course Sephiroth walks by, and I'm like, wow, he's actually here.
Yeah.
Stuff's ready to hit the fan.
Yeah, it was kind of cool, like, seeing all that, like, like I said, that, it started to change from OG at that point, but it wasn't anything to the point like, you know, oh no, this ain't good or anything like that. It was just
right.
You could start to really see where some of their thought process was going. It was really cool.
We can worry about that once
it was. And it's just like, it just blew my mind. And of course, I don't stop there, because after we leave, we're about ready to leave, and then all of a sudden we don't get ambushed, but we get introduced to another character. Question mark, question mark, question mark. And a lot of us are like saying, who could that be? Is that who we think it is? Yep, sure was. It was the mayor's assistant, Hart.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, he looked good.
Yeah.
And then we're about ready to meet the mayor, and it's like, okay, here we go. He's gonna upgrade our key card. This is all right. He's gonna upgrade our key card. Might have to do a little crazy mini game. No, that's not all, folks. We find out that he's working for Avalanche. He's inside man.
Yep. Really kind of shook the craziness.
Yeah, it did. So what was your reaction when you first found out that he's the inside man for Avalanche?
I thought that was a very cool addition.
Me too. Because it felt kind of odd that a mayor is just there to stuff his face all day. And the OG is like, something more is going on with that mayor. And
yeah. Something more was supposed to be going on.
For sure.
So I like that aspect, that even being the mayor, he was just a very glorified position.
Yeah. He was a glorified librarian, is what he called it. Freaking hilarious. He's cutting out, like, he's he's like telling his sad sale about he's got more paper cuts than skin, and Bear's like, it's okay, old man, take it easy. So good. Of course, my first playthrough, Hart wants 10,000 gil. I'm like, I'm not paying it. I don't have that kind of gil. I wish I did, because you get Barrett's last weapon.
I did.
Yeah, I should have. I should have done it, but
money like most of the games.
right. So see, I was pretty sloppy in my playthrough, guys. Really sloppy. Because I was so interested in the story. I was like, I don't care about 10,000 gil. Get away from here. Of course, you spend 10,000 and go all the way around on the other side. On top floor, there's 3,000 gil. You're just sitting there.
Yeah. That's true.
So we get to there, and then we move on to the press conference, to where all the suits are going to hang out. And before that, though, we get Reeve. He's really stressed out. He wants to get all the budget for the Sector 7 rebuild process. And he says some things that his secretary's like, best not say anything outside this room. He goes, don't I know that?
Mm-hmm.
And of course we get the Turks, little scenery with them, and the VP wants them to go pick them up. Interesting. Little Rufus nod.
Very much so.
That got me hyped, even though I saw the trailer for Rufus, but it's like, man, I can't wait to see him in action.
Yeah.
So good. That good little scene with the Turks. I loved it. It's because they answer to Rufus. It's like, VP needs us. It's like, not the president. President don't need him anymore. He's got Heidegger. So, after that, we move on to the rest of chapter 16, which is get to the conference. And of course, Tifa don't like to go in the men's room, and she don't like being in there, which is a nice nod to real life, how most of the time women don't like going in the men's room, and men shouldn't go in the women's room, because if you try to go in the women's room, Tifa's like, Cloud, where you going?
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
That was. It was a nice little nod to that.
And then we get to the conference meeting, and everything plays out kind of normally, but Hojo's really creepy.
Hojo's extremely creepy.
Especially that scene with Aerith I forgot to talk about. Yeah. I was like, yeesh. He's really a bad guy.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, big time creep still there.
Yeah, for sure. And so we do that, then the conference meeting takes place, and then Hojo starts talking about the S&G cells. It's like, interesting.
That was one nod that I was extremely excited about, because again, bringing up prior games, Crisis Core, Genesis, Sephiroth, showing
for sure
different aspects to it, like it just, you know, been talking about it the entire time. It's lore building, it's world building, and all that. But
yeah, for sure.
I mean, those are just beautiful things of the story, and being able to see all of that come to fruition. That's super cool.
Yeah, it was. And then after that, like, then Hojo's like, something stinks. And of course, Palmer's trying to tell everybody that he's seen Sephiroth, and nobody wants to believe him. Reeve wants to rebuild, and Shinra's like, that won't be needed. We're done with this place. Neil Midgar, wonderful touch that whole scenery.
Oh, big time.
And then we get to the other, where now we gotta follow Hojo. This ought to be fun. Sneaking through doors, barely sliding in with Barrett because Barrett's too wide, almost don't makes it through the doorway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, then we go in, and then of course Hojo's trying to figure out which specimen to use because that's how sick and twisted he is. And of course, as those that play the OG, Hojo was not talking about bestiality. They removed that from Remake because they figured that'd be a little bit too much for the fans to handle and new players alike. So he said S and G cells. So in the original game, he's gonna have Red 13 and Aerith mate.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
but I mean, for good reason, as he explains it, he's talking about getting to find out, you know, the long life of Red 13's genealogy.
Right, for sure.
This must be
and
the
his
place.
breed. I mean, why would you not want an ancient that you could have around
For hundreds and hundreds of years.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Just the two
And
step right up.
they saw Hojo, and then Hojo takes you to his laboratory. He's like, "That's not me. You want Shinra? I just work here." He's trying to throw everything off like he's just a scientist. I don't mean it much.
Oh, of course.
Of course. We see right through you because you got Aerith.
It is our pleasure to relieve our
So now we fight the sample boss that we all know and love.
Of course.
And I thought that boss was amazing.
What manner of massage do you
It reminded me of Resident Evil, big time.
Then you are
Big time.
Especially when he started like deforming and had like these like almost like eyeballs pop out. I was like, yeah, this is like a Resident Evil nod. Okay, Square Enix.
This is the last thing I need.
Careful.
You're young and stupid, and I suppose that means you think I'll let you off easy.
Then,
So,
after the boss fight,
a
yeah, run after Hojo, he's escaping.
This is a massage
Oh, I actually find
parlor, a
Aerith.
respectable establishment.
And then before you do that though, I looked around, I found a pod where Red 13's in.
Dragged outside and shot for wasting my
Oh, yeah?
time.
I was like, there he is, there's the boy. I was like, I was so hyped to see him, he looked freaking good.
Big time.
And then I was like, I can't wait, we're getting close. And then we go to the next area, and then you gotta fight some soldiers. As he goes, these will help. This will. I have to figure these would be too much for you guys to handle. You fight them, and then something else happens.
The strong, firm hands of a
After the fight,
yet they possess a certain
he
arrogance.
tells Cloud that, my dear boy, you weren't a soldier. And then the whisper is like, goodbye, you said too much.
So, which course will
What was your reaction to that?
Yeah, that was, you know, that's stuff that you typically saw at pretty much the end of, you know, the game.
Then make your way to the room in the back.
But
And wait.
seeing it
Cloud?
like right there was
Yeah.
really, really cool because it gave
Well then, it should go without saying that you get what you pay for.
it really gave the impression that
All four fingers at once,
even
and to the point.
though Cloud was a mistake
Little
and a
rough.
screw up,
They can
and
stop
everything
at any
else.
time.
Right.
It's too much to handle.
Hojo still knew.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Hojo was just, he knew who Cloud is. We can't mistake that. And I was like shocked that he was telling him. I was like, wait a minute here, Cloud ain't supposed to know about this yet. Come on, Hojo.
You'll feel the difference.
But in a good way. I was like, man, I want to see more.
Loose and limber. Am I right?
Actually, yeah.
But yeah, after that, we try to escape, and of course, things happen.
It's alright, I guess.
you ended up where you gotta escape and then get attacked by those freaking wild entities. You gotta fight them.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, that was after the fact, because once Hojo gets taken away, you actually Red 13 comes up, you meet him, and then he's like goes after Hojo, and then your party runs up there to see what the heck's going on.
Alright then. I think I've seen everything I need to see.
And then we meet Red 13 and hear him speak for the first time.
Tell me what you want, and we'll take it from there.
Beautiful, beautiful puppy doggy.
Yeah, they handle his character just fine. I really like him.
Yeah.
Sure you're okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're one of the trio, right?
And then,
I want to get into Corneo's next audition.
Then all things hit the fan after that. After hearing Cosmo Canyon, Cloud has headaches. He's calling out for Mother.
Really?
Sephiroth is getting Genova, and now everything's going haywire. And you have this slow walk to the elevator, and then last thing you remember is Cloud goes, Mother. Wake up, chapter 17. That whole thing was mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It's comfortable, isn't it?
Cloud the fashion critic.
Look, just take it outside the parlor, would you?
Sorry,
It really
we'll
was.
stop. So,
Yeah, it was.
what should I do about the
It was
outfit?
awesome. Then, we wake up, we're inside Aerith's room.
I'll put you in a dress.
A whole bunch of hieroglyphics on the wall, and painting and all that, and you're like, you try to decipher it and go, what the heck's going on right there? You see the Temple of the Ancients, you see the Ancients, etc. You see, looks like the black material in the dead center.
There's an underground coliseum in this
And it's like, wow. Then you see everybody in the room.
Good.
And then, of course, the Whispers show up after you talk to Aerith a couple times.
If you win the tournament, I'll transform
You find out they're Arbiters of Fate.
Gorgeous beauty.
Is there any prize money?
From Red 13.
Yes.
And then Aerith says she's losing a part of herself, and every time she comes in contact with them, then she's like, you gotta follow the yellow brick road. And
they're already letting fighters inside.
what was your reaction to all that playing out as it was?
I mean, at first it was just kind of like different until I really just kind of put thought into it.
Yeah. It started making sense after that. It's like, okay, I know exactly what they're all about now.
A fair fight in this town.
Think we can win it all?
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
I appreciate the confidence, just don't get
Yeah, the last couple of chapters. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Chapter 17, the only thing that kind of dragged out for me was fine. It had a little bit of world building for Hojo and Red 13 a little bit. Made Red 13 useful, which I thought was cool. And introduced the PHS terminal system.
Yeah.
So what do you think of Hojo's the drum dungeon we had to go through?
Honestly, it was a bit monotonous.
Yeah, I feel it.
I mean, it was still cool, you know, seeing the different experiments and things like that, but yeah, it seemed a little monotonous.
For sure. It was cool to see like Brain Pod and the guys that like the one wolf skeletal creatures you fought in OG that sprays like that poison powder breath attack on you. They were in the drum. Fight the sword dance, which is the fish mechanical thing as a boss.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool as a boss encounter.
But the moth and those darn hammer dudes, forget about it. Not my favorite fights.
Yeah, I got you.
The doors are now open for tonight's please enter from the right.
It's like, can we get this over with? But yeah, but chapter 17, after that became freaking awesome.
Yeah.
you have follow the purple trail, and it's like, what the heck's going on here? And then you lead up, and President Shrinder's on the edge. You're like, how in the heck did this happen? And of course, you gotta save the game. It's like, hang on, whoever's yelling, we'll be there in a second. We gotta heal up, check the items.
Of course.
That's hilarious. They did that on purpose. They did that on purpose. And then we found out it's President Shinra. And this is where Barrett likes to shine. He's got the man what he wants him.
Yep.
Until President Shinra runs back inside and leads them to the desk, and then President Shinra brings out the golden gun. This is James Bond all over again.
Yeah, so this is where things really took a change, as you know, from being captured to making it all the way back up there. You know, that was one thing I think OG did. This is my personal opinion, but I think OG did better. Because it was almost like that of a horror scene. They're prepping. You're captured. You're in these cells. You're starting to learn about the ancients and things like that, and you're starting to, you know, hear more about Sephiroth and the craziness. And then all of a sudden, everything is unlocked. Everybody's dead. There's this super ominous music. There's blood everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And you go up to the very top, and there is the one guy you have been going after this entire time that you thought is the big bad guy is laying dead in front of you with a massive sword sticking out. That scene, that beautifully well played.
Yeah.
Beautifully well played.
Because with Katase, go ahead.
This part in Remake is probably the second thing I would say that really didn't hit right with me. First is, you know, the random just NPC generator or whatever.
Here to compete?
But that
I hope you know you're
part right
really
there
close.
was really just
the two of you are
the
a
second
team?
one. That would be my only true grief was that scene.
I need to get
is how that chapter should play out in my own mind. Which I mean, like I said, I'm putting trust in them to how they're the reason why they're telling the story they are,
Head to the waiting area
and I'm down for that. But that was just my mindset. I was like, man, OG did this way better.
Yeah, and I see that with a lot of people. A lot of people did complain that since they cut out the massacre scene, and I think they've done it for ratings, because nowadays you can't really like have massacres like that without being like M-rated or close to it.
Well, nope. I mean,
really?
That's
more quiet than usual.
It didn't show anything in OG though.
No, it didn't. It showed like just like yeah.
You know, you had red Kool-Aid all over the floor and walls.
Right, yeah, they could have done that.
Yeah. So
but yeah, I understand that. Like I wanted to see that jail cell sequence paid off. They didn't do it, so
yeah.
But anyways, after all that, then we get a Barrett gets stabbed. Oh, actually no, President Shinra gets stabbed, which is okay, cool. You know, we get to see Sephiroth stab Shinra, which is cool. You can actually see that on screen since we already seen Sephiroth. He's already there. And then the Whispers get involved, where Barrett's not allowed to shoot Sephiroth. His story problem. But then the Whispers go, oops, Sephiroth can take control of us, they can move us out of the way, we get to stab Barrett. So, Barrett gets stabbed, and then the Whisper's like, uh-oh, this ain't right. So, yeah, Barrett gets stabbed, Cloud is like, confused, and he's like, Sephiroth's there, his buddy just died, everything's going nutty, and then Sephiroth changes into Jonova Dreamweaver. And my goodness, when I started fighting that thing, I was like, oh yeah. Here we go. Hojo Jenova here is, I can't wait. And the music. Music in that is so good. Boss fight was fun. The mechanic was fun. What was your first impression of Jenova boss fight?
That was a really cool boss fight, man.
Yeah, it was.
I like the different aspects of it.
Get to see Red 13 in action. A little bit.
Yeah.
Now after you fight Jenova, we run into, okay, Sephiroth's taken off, Cloud's wondering where he's at, and then the Whispers bring Barrett back to life, and Cloud's happy, but he runs off. And it's like, yep, I'm more important to Sephiroth. Barrett, I'm glad you're fine, but adios amigo. So he goes off chasing them, and then Cloud jumps all the way up, then Sephiroth jumps down with the corpse, and it's actually one of the clones.
I don't want to scare you,
And then Avalanche shows up, but then that gets blown out of the sky. Before that, though, we forgot to talk about Wedge makes another appearance.
Wedge does make another appearance, and I thought that was kind of cool. And then sucked out of a building, to my knowledge, I'm assuming. The whole Avalanche
Never been more
thing,
scared in my entire life.
I mean, like I said, I don't have a gripe with
It's a gift from Don Corneo.
how they did the
Drink it.
next part.
They say you'll be raring
You
to
know,
go for hours on
the
end.
prison
If I had,
up until
maybe
President
things would
Shinra
have
dying
gone
and all that
differently
was my one gripe.
Maybe you should.
So
It's yours if you want.
The Avalanche attacking, though, I thought kind of got pushed to the wayside. There really wasn't a whole lot of focus on it. Other than that it was happening, you know?
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I get it because
like
obviously
it so much you couldn't
from
possibly share, right?
your character's standpoint, you're not going to see all of that going on. So, like, everything else is going on. You're not going to, and I get that. I understand that.
But it wasn't like utilized. Like you saw Budge saying any moment now they attack, and then so we're up there and the helicopter's making a circle around back. They actually see Cloud in them, and then it gets blown out of the sky by a Shinra helicopter. You go, I wonder who that could be.
Yeah.
Reno Rue goes, and Reno's like, are you sure you want to do this alone, boss? And of course he's flipping his coin. We already know who that is. That's Rufus. So, first impressions of Rufus as a character and the boss fight.
He's pretty cool, man.
Love this character.
He lived up to my expectations, you know.
Yeah, me too.
He was more of a pompous, bratty asshole. But that was still, you know, I see where the Turks get it from.
Yeah.
So, that was pretty
the boss fight was cool, but I actually died, and I couldn't, like, handle the mechanic. So I actually had to take a break. I took a break from that and said, you know what? I'm raging right now. Screw this right now. So I didn't play it till the next day. I took a break. I said, there's gotta be some way for me to beat it, and I beat it the second time I tried it. After I took a break.
Yeah, he was another one of those that
You brought animals?
trying to steal an item, got it at the end before I died. Finally beat him. I'm pretty sure he was another one of those. And then come to find out, next chapter you get that item from a vending machine. So yeah, it was really kind of that happened a lot with those bosses though.
I know, right?
You're done. I'm ending. Now's our chance.
I can help too.
And then we get to where Cloud's busy doing that. He's about ready to fall off. We don't know what's going to happen. Except for we know that Tifa comes to his rescue, which is awesome. And she's like, if you're going to play the hero, you And I thought that was a really neat statement by Tifa. Like just helping him, like, understand if he wants to play the hero, he's gotta be better than this. And she knows him. And I love that dynamic. And then we switch over to the other party, and of course we gotta fight the other boss that we all know and love from the elevator.
Yeah.
That boss fight was long, but it was fun. But it got scary at the end. It's like, we gotta defeat it before we get killed.
Well, that's one win down. Go team. What's wrong?
And then the whole Hardy Daytona sequence with the truck and all that was freaking amazing.
Wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, I did not do well on that part. I lost to that one multiple times.
Yeah, I struggle with that too. I died once. The mini bike for Chapter 18?
Yeah, no, I probably died 3 or 4 times because for some reason, my bike, even when I would brake and do what I was supposed to do, it would not brake in between.
Huh.
So every time he would do like that massive like attack from the side, like the flamethrower thing, it would just completely hit me completely. Just there was no guarding. Yeah, it
weird.
It sucked.
Yeah, their camera angle screwed me up too.
But the next match won't be so easy.
And I didn't realize that I need to like do other things with that. And of course Rufus is like, you need to bring them in so soldiers come out. Because you stopped and see the Whispers just surrounding the frickin' building. You're like, you don't know what the heck's going on.
Just remember, try not to die.
And it says Destiny's Crossroads. It's okay, here we go. It's all about the Destiny now.
For the second match in a spectacular semifinal.
You do the mini bike. You finally beat it. You think that's it, and then Sephiroth shows up, and everybody slows down and stops on a dime.
Yeah.
But throughout that fight, though, with the mini bike challenge, the Whispers actually saves us from death a couple of times. It's like, ooh, gee, that's another one we thank you for. It's like,
one of the strangest things about that entire sequence was when you're leaving Shinra HQ and the Whispers take over the entire building.
Right.
That was a little convoluted. Like part of that didn't make sense.
Right. It can be. There's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
I understood it. I'm like, okay, fine. The Whispers are there to keep everything on track, and I can see it. Like, it took me a little while to watch some, like, theory and speculation videos, because right now, folks, we're on Chapter 18. We're gonna start theorizing, speculation, what we feel about the ending. And then we'll move on to Yuffie DLC, then talk about Part 2, and then we're going to probably wrap up the streams. We've been streaming for
4 hours?
Almost 4 hours, yes.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Long stream, so hang in there, guys. Hang in there. We'll try to wrap this up within the next half hour.
We'll cram everything as fast as we can.
Yeah, just fast forward.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but anyways, I'm gonna pause this little cutscene here because this is gonna take a while to talk. Okay, Chapter 18. Sephiroth shows up. You say, "Uh-oh, now what?" Sephiroth is here. He's telling Cloud to follow him, and he slices open the Path of Whispers, the black hole. What was going through your mind at that point, Matt?
I really didn't know what to expect.
Me either.
It was all new.
It's all new. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah, I mean, I really had no idea of what to expect during that.
Me either. And then, like, Aerith is like, everything about you is wrong. Like, she knows that Sephiroth is wrong about everything. It's like, man, oh man. And then Sephiroth goes through, And then Aerith is like stopping Cloud from following. She's like really scared. And then she's like, she purifies the black hole with a bright white hole. It's like, what is going on here? So, and she tells everybody it's like, because she don't know what's going to happen. Like, we'll not only change destiny or fate, but we'll be changing ourselves. I think that's why I hesitated. And it's like, man, this is like bonkers. And then you talk to everybody, and like everybody's like, you know. And then Red 13 came up with a good question. He goes, "Is it our destiny to defy destiny?" It's like, you know what, Red? That is a good question. We'll find out through this portal.
That is a really good question.
Then everybody walks in, and then Barrett's like, "Not the first time I spat destiny in the eye." I thought that was freaking a good speech by Barrett.
Yeah.
So I implore you, ladies and
And then we go in, and nothing's changed. Everything still looks the same, but you're walking back to Midgard. It's like, okay, what's going on here? So you're walking in, and all of a sudden, just like the whispers gather around, and then they make a freaking tornado looking thing. So okay, this don't look good. So you know what the heck's going on. It's like, okay, what the heck's going on here?
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen here, but we got to get ready. Hope I got material set up and everybody, but if not, oh well. And my goodness, that's when the fun really began.
You jittery?
Unbelievable! What the hell did I just see? It was 2 against, I don't remember how
Then Cloud is floating around, and he finally meets up with Tifa and Barrett, and then the massive Harbinger of the Whispering Harbinger gets formed. And he's like, okay, what the heck's going on here? What was going through your mind when you saw that big weapon-looking creature?
Well, of course he is.
Kingdom Hearts.
I did give
Kingdom
him
Hearts. A lot of people said that. What is this Kingdom Hearts bullshit?
Mom told quite the tale.
The more are we up to? The more are we up to? You ruined Final Fantasy VII. Grrr. But you know what's really funny about that? It wasn't Nomura that actually wanted to change Final Fantasy VII story.
There you
He
go
actually
again.
wanted to keep it
One of these days, you're in luck.
close to the original. It was Katase they want to make some changes.
Maybe I'll land in your parlor once more.
And then you gotta fight the Harbinger somehow, and then these little ones show up, and it's like, oh, what the heck's going on? You gotta fight these things, and they're pretty tough. They're gonna put you through the metal.
Yeah.
And I hope you learned everything you learned in that whole game, because now it's time to buckle up and fight.
The big finale.
Fight Destiny's on the line.
I thought you'd be happier.
Just thinking about what we might face next.
So yeah, you're fighting these things, and then you defeat them one by one. They disappear. Go to the next segment of the fight. 2 pop up, 1 pop up. You fight those 2. Then Aerith shows up. Red 13 finally shows up. Finally, the gang's all here, but now you gotta separate and fight each one separate. It's like, okay.
Will begin shortly.
So it's not that bad. So you get through those, and you're like, what the heck's going on? You you access them. It's like they're entity from a future timeline trying to protect its existence. It's like, what the heck's going on here? I'm a little confused. Who's timeline? Who are these guys? They look like Barrett, Tifa, and Cloud.
Yeah, they do.
And it's like, are we fighting our future selves? What's going on here? And then you fight all three, and then all of a sudden, frickin' the vision starts coming. You see Zack for the first time. You're like, no, you see Zack before you go through the portal. It's like, what? Why are we seeing Zack this early? What the heck? And that blew my mind. Even though I saw the last trailer.
That was...
Man, you proved me wrong.
It was
it's pretty good.
Definitely different.
It's the final match.
Yes, it was.
A lot of money writing on YouTube.
And then
win it for me.
We see a feature, which is the ending of Final Fantasy VII, and Red 13 goes, and everybody's like, what the hell did I just see? What the hell is that? He said, this is a vision, this is the ending where it's like, let's see, this is what we get if we fail here today. It's like, okay, so the original Final Fantasy VII ending is a bad ending? What? And all the scenes we're seeing throughout these visions are Advent Children scenes? Like, huh? Then what kind of gave it away about who those little whispers are? That you fight the red, green, and the yellow? What gave it away is what do they do about the second to last fight with the Harbingers? They summon Bahamut.
Yep.
And that kind of gives everybody a clue, which if he was paying attention, but most of us wasn't. We just thought, it's like, there's some Bahamut? What? Bahamut Whisper Bahamut? What the heck's going on here? So you fight it, and this is the part where most people die. In a lot of places, like, I've seen people die because of this, because it's tough. That Bahamut is something else.
Yeah, he sucks.
And you beat him, and you finally get to fight the final Harbinger, which is pretty easy. After you beat them, just cast a few thunder spells or whatever, and you kill it. But, my goodness, you beat the Harbinger, then you get a vision of Zack, and he's like, what the heck's going on? He's like, hey Cloud, it's like, is that all of them? And all that, it's like, that's weird. And then, I actually don't get to see that yet, that's at the ending. But, that's how weird this ending is. Like, I have a hard time remembering things, and
no, I mean it was great accurate too.
Yeah, it was. It was
the story, every aspect of it, even the ending, even the convolutedness of it was intentional.
It was
for their story, and I think it's going to be great. One of the things that
right. I'm excited. I'm excited for it.
Big time. One of the things I started looking at was, everybody's talking about the game timeline. Like, that's one of the biggest, theories that's out there now? I don't know. I honestly don't know. And here's the thing,
That's it.
Right.
There was a person that was talking about this, and it kind of made sense to me and how I was thinking before.
Right.
Throughout the game, what happens in OG is
my condolences.
What is going to happen. Kind of what they hint at, like you said, the bad ending.
You're taking this
but one thing about the Cetra is they commune with the planet.
Yeah.
The planet has a goal. The goal is to keep everybody on fate and on track.
You're right.
So,
even
if everything that you see in OG happens, what if the opening of Remake is Aerith communicating with the planet and seeing? Because the actual ending to OG is the same as the beginning. You see those same particles. With
Yeah.
Aerith communing essentially with the planet.
Yeah, because
So
there is a
what
theory.
if
This Maximum dude came up with this. He goes, I'm gonna leave you guys with this. He goes, of course he wants everybody to go back and watch the very first trailer of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I like the narrative part. Just pay attention to what it's saying. It's gonna tell us how we're gonna feel about Remake overall, about future parts. And it's freaking scary. Square Enix knows from even back in 2015.
The crowd loved your show a little
and hey Z, welcome to the stream. We are at the ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. We're about ready to move on to Intermission DLC. Spoilers. Give our final thoughts and end the stream. So it's been going on for hours. Yeah, it's been fun though. It's been amazing.
Of course, because we've both been playing Intermission this entire time too.
Yeah, and then I'm actually playing Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade now. Switch it up a little.
Oh, okay.
But what was I?
But that's the way it is.
But yeah, Maximum Dude said this too. It's like the ending of when you see Aerith, like her face is all like glowing green, like you just see her.
So this is the last one.
He said, "What if that's Aerith waking up in Remake?" Because what you see Aerith, she has her eyes closed and she opens her eyes up in Remake, right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's one of the main theories going out there. It's like, whoa.
Go on now. That prize money is going to pay.
But yeah, it's freaking crazy. You put everything together and then you start saying, okay, the Whispers were aggressive, but we know why. Because Sephiroth is trying to change the timelines, and like, it all started back when Sephiroth interfered with Cloud. You know, trying to meet Aerith. It's like, then it all went downhill after that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wow, holy crap. Then that's not the final of it. Once you beat Whisper Harbinger, then everything goes white, and like he's looking around, everybody's looking around, and like he's looking at Aerith, Aerith's looking at him with a paused look, and then he turns his head, and it's like he hears in his ear, he goes, "I'm waiting for you, Cloud." And everything goes nuts, and we gotta fight Sephiroth at the very end of the game. What?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't sign up for this. Wait a minute, I'm fighting Sephiroth? What? We're in Advent Children land? What the heck?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cloud slicing through buildings? What was this, Advent Children all over again? But I was hyped. I was freaking dope. I was excited. I was like, let's freaking go. Sephiroth and Cloud one-on-one. Whew. I mastered that counting stance. I was like, let's freaking go. And that was freaking fun.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
You had to switch characters every now and then because Cloud would get punished.
Big time.
And it's like freaking unbelievably good. It's like, man, this is so good. Boss fight was amazing. One-Winged Angel was amazing. The ending with Cloud at the edge of creation with Sephiroth, that was amazing.
Yeah.
Just overall, I'm just like, man, this is, what a game. Do I have some worries? Yeah, I'm worried about how they're going to handle Zack in the end. We'll talk about that at the very ending. We actually can probably put intermission with the ending with Zack and all that. Alright, so, Matt, what do you think of the Sephiroth boss fight?
Tifa kicked his ass for me.
There you go.
That's pretty much how that, went.
Nice. Tifa's like, don't worry, Cloud, I got this. And Yeah, that was fun. And then we go to Edge of Creation. It's like, this is like Final Fantasy OG, Final Fantasy VII OG over again at the Edge of Creation. Cloud's just gonna murder him. Nope, that didn't happen. Sephiroth blocks every single attack from Cloud's Omni Slash. And he gives him some cryptic meshes, like 7 seconds till the end. Maybe enough for you, but what will you do with it? And Cloud's having a vision at the very beginning of that, and he's like, careful now, that which, I forget exactly how it said. Something about has not yet exist. And he's like warning Cloud, don't look at that vision, has not existed yet, has not happened yet.
Yeah.
And then, after that, we get to see Zack, he's alive, and he's wondering what's going on, the explosion of the whispers, and he's like wondering how in the heck he defeat all of them, and the stamp bag goes across the screen. It's like, what the heck's going on? Because Zack's alive, he's not supposed to be alive right now.
See, that's the thing, is I'm not sure that that's real. So what I mean is, we've been showing scenes of the past and scenes of the future, and all kinds of different scenes, right?
Yeah.
So they talk about, in the game, Barrett talks about Stamp was originally one way. Then Shinra took over Stamp and made him with the military hat as a propaganda piece. So when Zack... did you ever play Crisis Core itself?
No.
Okay, so here's how the ending goes with Crisis Core. And even in OG, when you get to the secret scene with Zack, and you actually learn about what happens,
yeah,
Zack fights hundreds of Shinra soldiers. He actually defeats them all. Then he picks up Cloud, carries him. You'll notice during that scene, it's daylight out.
Yeah.
Okay? So he's then carrying Cloud, which is where that scene is when it slows down and shows the stamp bag, right?
Yeah.
And the stamp bag is different than the one you're seeing nowadays. So if it's in the past when that happened, then Zack has defeated all of those soldiers. He's now carrying Cloud to the edge of the cliff over in Midgar. Then he lays Cloud down. He turns around to face off against another 3, like 1 general and like 2 other Shinra soldiers.
Okay.
It's those 3 soldiers that actually kill Zack. Because Zack's so worn out and fucking tired from fighting 100 Shinra soldiers.
Right.
So that scene right there doesn't necessarily mean it's a different timeline. It could be that actual scene where Zack has defeated all those Shinra soldiers and is then carrying Cloud to the edge, indicating by the stamp bag that that is actually in the past. It's just that area that they're crossing over. So that in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean that it's a different timeline. It is just showing a scene that is there, because when Zack actually goes and falls, it's then raining and darker out. It's overcast and a storm.
Right.
But initially, when he carries Cloud after defeating the initial wave of Shinra soldiers, it's still daylight out. Like, that scene is on par with what actually happened in the OG and in Crisis Core, because it shows both of those in OG and in Crisis Core. So, like, that aspect could just be a scene from the past. And the thing is, you know, Aerith communicating with the planet, she already knows everything that's happened.
Right.
She's communed with the planet. She knows what her job is supposed to be, but everything that she talks about, how every time she, you know, the Whispers are pushing her to do what she's supposed to. They're pushing her towards her fate. She doesn't want to do that.
Right.
You know, she wants to save the planet and save humanity, And I'm sure she probably doesn't mind letting herself get killed, but she doesn't want to do it the way that they want. She wants humanity to be survived. Because realistically, if you remember when you talked to Bugenhagen in Cosmo Canyon, and he talks about Holy, you know, and that summon, that planet decides what's good and what's bad. Right. And Holy ends up destroying everything that's bad. So if the planet deems that humanity is bad, well, there's your actual ending to OG. The only thing that was good was Red 13's ancestry. Because they were of natural, you know... Yeah. Humanity was natural, but humanity was evil. And so... Right. Holy ended up destroying humanity. You know, 500 years later, you don't see Midgar's overrun. Yeah, the only thing you hear is like you hear children laughing in the background. It's like kind of eerie. Well, I mean, you think about it. Red 13 had his children with him. Yeah, they're running. So makes sense. And I'm kind of worried. I'm kind of wondering because the Ultimania talks about Zack's scenes, and they got it labeled in bold lettering as Zack's victory. And it's like, and then somebody interviewed who was it, Najima or Katase or something, and it was like, so the scene with Zack surviving is that him? Is that Zack surviving? And they said, that's pretty interesting, huh? But did you happen to notice the stamp bag that flew in front of the screen? And that's all they had to give an answer for. It's like, stay tuned for more information. They didn't say all that. They just said, did you notice the stamp bag that was in that scene? Absolutely, because the stamp bag is supposed to be important. Yeah, for sure. Like, they wouldn't have it just slow down right in front of the screen for no reason. But then this asks a lot of questions because, of course, after all that, we see Biggs alive. Yeah, that blew my mind. Jesse's glove and bandana's on the table. So, is she alive or dead? We don't know. The developers did stated that we all seen Jesse die. They said that. When we saw Jesse die in the pillar, she actually died. They said it wouldn't be, this game's about loss. Okay, Final Fantasy VII's always been life and death, about loss. And they said if Jesse were to make it, then it would be a totally different story now, wouldn't it? But you would think that she died, or you think that she's, I don't know, it's kind of like cryptic. They're just trying to not answer the question, like, outward. They said that Jesse died, but they just, like, hint. You think that she died, but if she did die, then it wouldn't be a story about loss. It'd be a story about something different. Sure. So, yeah, we got that to worry about. And then, of course, Seven Heaven crew, they're trying to clean up the place. And these random NPCs are lifting up these heavy, giant solid iron bars like it's nothing. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Then everybody saw the gold dust come down, and of course we see Biggs alive, and Marlene's calling out saying, Daddy? As she, she senses him. Mm-hmm. And then Barrett's crying out to Marlene, and he goes, Marlene! He goes, I will return. And party have a nice talk, a pep talk. They're all going to join the journey together to track down Sephiroth. If he's a Emily of the planet, he's the Emily Avalanche, which I thought was pretty cool. Red 13 wants to tag along, and Cloudlight nods at everybody. And then he squeezed that feather. He goes Sephiroth, and of course he couldn't get his man. And then of course, the scene that kind of blew everybody's nugget is it started raining. Here comes Cloud and Zack walking towards them. And of course, that nice choreography where they all cross paths. Air senses something.
and Zack is smiling. And she goes, I miss it, the steel sky. And then, of course, Hollow theme rains down, and what a theme that is.
Mm-hmm.
That is probably one of my favorite themes in this game. It's a story, it's a theme about Cloud, about how he feels. And it's freaking amazing. And then, of course, we move on to Intermission DLC, which, again, blew my mind. Yuffie was a character that many people find annoying in the original. A lot of people didn't like her in Advent Children.
Loved her in this. Intermission was great.
Yes.
Intermission was great. The one scene throughout everything that got me was the ending.
Yes.
So
we talked. Sonnen was cool. Yuffie was cool. We'll talk about Chapter 1 real quick. I think Fort Condor was a fun mini game. I had a lot of fun with that. Just seeing all the characters and like Roach. We saw Roach again.
Yeah, being able to see Roach again.
He's looking for Cloud. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he is looking for Cloud. You get to see kind of in between when Cloud falls down into the sector slums with the church.
Got to see Avalanche again. That was fun.
Yeah, getting to see the different characters from Avalanche was kind of cool and everything, but like that chapter was kind of blasé. I'm at the giant scorpion thing on hard right now. I've lost twice, so I'm switching. He's a pain in the butt. But Chapter 2, like, Chapter 1 was pretty interesting. Chapter 2 felt like it got monotonous again, because, I mean, there was just those certain areas in Shinra.
Yeah.
That really just kind of... And Chapter 2 felt a little bit like that until you got to the actual point where you fought Scarlet.
Yeah.
And then you learn... you learn of Deep Ground.
Yes.
Scarlet
and Deep Ground was amazing.
That blew my mind.
Yeah.
Because
seeing Weiss and Nero talk
out of nowhere, yes. Weiss and Nero. And then having to go up against Nero.
Oh yeah.
I was like, well, I thought Scarlet was going to be like the big bad. You know, she's in a little miniature version of
Prod Cloud,
her giant armor. Yeah, her Prod Cloud, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. Easy fight mechanic, though. I was like, okay, that really wasn't hard at all.
Yeah.
And then Nero shows up.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, what do you think of Nero, the character, and the way they set up like the theme, like the atmosphere with him? I thought that was
blown
like,
away.
Yeah, blown away and horrifying. It sent chills down your spine.
Oh yeah, big time.
And when you got the phase 3 of that fight, where the chorus is like really high pitch and like, oh my goodness, like what is this? This is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And just like, wow. Nero, I think they handled Deep Ground fine. Like they didn't have to go in like deep paragraphs and stuff. Oh, Deep Ground is the death of
they really didn't. Like if you never played Dirge of Cerberus, you know, it's going to leave you with a lot more questions than it does answers.
Yeah.
But, you know, having played, like I said,
in a good way,
the story, knowing the story, this opens up, because this is like Chapter 13 all over again, because
it is.
Chapter 13 left my thought process of, is Deep Ground going to be here if they have underground, you know, weapon facilities and things like that?
I just realized something.
Intermission,
You remember the old VR simulation boss you had to fight, the Diabolic Creation?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that thing?
Like the hidden one?
Oh, it hid. Oh, well, you had to fight him because it had a projector thing you had to get rid of to get out of that VR simulation.
Oh yeah, it was a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that thing reminded me of like some of the diabolic stuff you saw in OG that popped out of the pods, but that was like a massive looking thing.
Yeah. So once you beat Nero in Intermission, you unlock Vice Fight.
Yep. And
So
other VR battles in Chapter 2 for Yuffie.
Yeah, there's 2 new battles in Chapter 2 for her. Which is why I'm trying to finish Chapter 1 on hard so that I can start the long and grueling process of Chapter 2.
Now, since we fought Nero, we're all celebrating. It's like, we're going home, Sonnen and Yuffie's gonna escape. We're all gonna meet up with Cloud and them. And then all of a sudden, Sonnen realizes something. Nero is not dead.
Nope.
And he senses something, and he's having flashbacks of his sister.
Yeah.
And Yuffie is like his sister to him now. And what do you think of the ending of that part?
Honestly, I welcomed it. I liked Sonnen as a character.
Yeah.
But Yuffie needs reason, motive, all of those things. And she needed to be knocked down a peg, which I thought they did a great job of that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Leaving, abandoning, every step, every turn. She's got.
They're showing blood. They show blood in this game. What the heck?
Yeah, they did.
Absolutely like Creative Business Unit 1 actually knows how to show blood in Final Fantasy VII Remake. It finally took them to DLC. That was impressive. That hit hard.
Oh yeah.
And then the CGI of her seeing like her vision, like her version, like her insight of seeing Sector 7 platefall. What was your reaction to that?
That's what got me.
Yeah, and her crying and with the blood on her face. My goodness, that hit hard.
Seeing the topside plate in the actual city, immediately the entire thing crumbling, on fire, exploding. I mean, that was jaw-dropping.
It was. It's like you see it at a different angle. It's like,
oh yeah.
We all speculated that. We all thought that's what she was seeing in the final trailer.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, it hit hard.
Her leaving on the chocobo and giving her a little speech. Like, I loved that.
That was it just seemed like the whole wide open Gaia. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Yep.
And then
for the open world.
A lot of people didn't pay attention to the credits. It goes to credits, and it rolls the credits like normal. And then, what's the last name on the very bottom right? It said Chocobo Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wait a minute, what? And all of a sudden it says, and then it shows Midgar on the road, and here's your main party.
Yeah, so that's the only... That's the only thing that really doesn't make sense to me, is not that part, but like after that, Zack's at the church.
Oh yeah.
Giving the courage to go in. Walking in, everyone there is...
in mourning.
I don't know, though. They don't necessarily look like they're in mourning, as far as... It could almost be like... injury or tragedy has struck. You know, when it first shows the flower bed and everything else, you don't see that person standing there.
Right.
And then it cuts to him with the pants and the boots or whatever,
Right.
That looks like another soldier. And him saying Aerith. Like, that's... That one scene I don't get yet. And I'm super excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, no, me too.
You know, like I said, like...
And like the way he said Aerith, it's not like, Aerith, where are you? It's like, Aerith? Is that you?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if it was an Aerith, is that you, or Aerith, what happened? Like, what happened to you?
Right.
You know?
Makes you wonder, but if we back that up just before he goes in, there's an angle they have of him standing there, and like you can see some of the plate up above. If you pause it, there some of us have pointed it out, and a lot of people go, no, that's not right. That's not right. That's not it. A lot of some of us are seeing, even I'm seeing it too. It takes a couple frames, but you see clear as day. Not really clear as day, but you see part of it. Part of the plate is missing. Like you see the part of the screen. There's no plate there in a certain section of the Midgar. There's no plate there.
Well, that would make sense because Sector 6 is missing the top plate.
It could be. Some people think that might be. Some people think that might be Sector 7 plate gone, and the people under in tragedy.
Was it Sector 6 that fell?
Yeah, Sector 6 fell years and years ago.
Yeah,
said, and she goes, I don't like this part of town. It reminds her of like sad and death.
Yeah.
And she knows about that.
Yeah.
We already know why, because what happened before Crisis? That weapon showed up and destroyed part of the Sector 6 plate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a nod to when she says that about Sector 6 plate fell and it like killed a whole bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
That's from Before Crisis. But yeah, there's some speculation going out there saying that's the Sector 7 plate missing there in that corner. And then when he walks in, it's just tragedy. People are they're tragic because that's the victims of the plate fall. They're crying.
I don't think it could be though.
No, it could not be.
It's Sector 5, so the next sector over would be 4 or 6.
Yeah. And then, of course, being a CGI people don't make things one for one like the in-game renders. And even the crosses at the church, in the back of the church, is different from in-game. When you're in there with, Cloud of Chapter 8.
Really?
Yeah, it's different color, but it's that's different colors in OG Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children, and now even Remake CGI. So it's whatever. But even just that and the Zack thing, that's one thing I'm worried about, how they're gonna handle it. That's one of my worries. The world of Gaia. How they're gonna handle if they're gonna do open world. If they do, is it gonna be empty 15? Is it gonna be zones like Final Fantasy 12? Make it where it's explorable, it's fun, got a lot of enemies you can fight. That's pretty fun to me.
Realistically, I think they'll make it like OG.
You think so?
To an extent. I mean, OG was open world, but it was linear.
Yeah.
At the same time, you were bound on a mission. You were following, which I'm assuming is going to happen here.
Yeah.
You're going to chase after.
Now
Sephiroth. There are areas you can divert to.
The developers did say that they are for Game 2, they're drawing a whole bunch of aspiration from Horizon Zero Dawn. They really like the way the world looks, open world wise. So they're kind of inspired by how that looked. They really appreciate how Horizon Zero Dawn looks world wise. They said they looking forward for inspiration for Game 2. So who knows? I just hope.
Yeah.
Hopefully, whatever way it goes, hopefully it's fun. You have fun exploring. It's not really empty. You only have a couple enemies here and there. You're at the next town. That'd be kind of,
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not sure that's gonna be.
Yeah.
You know, I like the aspect of this game. You're in your mid-30s by the time you actually beat it. I mean, playing through multiple playthroughs, you can obviously hit level 50. My only thought process is, how do they continue from one to the other?
Yeah, like your character progression.
Are they gonna go from the standpoint of, I don't know if you're ever played the original .hack series.
No, but I heard a lot that they were able to continue the character progression
through 4 games.
Yeah.
You carried over from 4 games. So where you capped, you could load your old game, and it would bring you to there, which would make the game continue from that level forward. Or you could start the second game and just be at level 1.
Yeah.
All over again.
That's the thing Square Enix got to worry about and work on, because a lot of people ain't gonna be happy if they gotta start over back from zero. But it's understandable, because you can't start off with like max materia, max swords, and then you're just slicing through part 2, and it's like, alright, what's the challenge at? You know? But also, a lot of people are gonna be mad because they done all that grinding in the first game, and it's like, sorry Charlie, it's for first game, you gotta start fresh. It's like, you know? It's hard to balance it. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do it. I'm down for either way. You know, I don't care. The grind is what makes it fun.
Yeah.
I love going out for the grind and going backwards and refighting stuff so that I can make sure that I do have good high-level materias and
me too. I like to grind. I like to grind, level up my characters and stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing. You know what I'm looking forward to? You get to have playable Red 13. Yuffie. Keshi, I think he's going to be playable in part 2 because they already got his character model created.
Who's that?
Kaseth. They got his character model created.
Kaseth.
So, they just got to work on his battle animations and stuff like that. We're also going to have more team-up attacks. That's been confirmed. They're going to expand upon that from Intermission.
Yeah, that'll be kind of cool. Obviously,
I can't wait.
Having Tifa.
A lot of people wish they do. They hope they carried it over, like team up attacks, make it almost like Chrono Trigger. Team up attacks. A lot of people said that'd be kind of neat.
Dual tech, triple techs.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What else?
Yeah, well, that's pretty much how. That's how Intermission did it, though.
Yeah. They're gonna expand upon that, of course, and make it get three character combos going. Man, that's gonna be sick.
Yeah, and you even had the materia that you got the cannonball attack.
Oh, that was awesome.
It was. I ended up using it on Nero a couple of times.
Cannonball.
I was like, I was like, screw it. I can't carry any, fire or ice or lightning because he's not weak to any of that stuff. So I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'm just gonna have some fun
and when you land attacks, you get ATB bars filled. So
exactly. So.
And another thing that's gonna be cool is Roach is confirmed to be in part 2 more.
Wonderful.
We're gonna see a lot more.
Sephiroth leading the party. You're gonna have Cloud and Party and friends chasing after him, and then chasing after Cloud and Party and friends is gonna be Roche.
Yeah.
Who's just looking for a intimate fight with Cloud.
Yeah, and then we're gonna see a lot more Sephiroth in part 2.
Of course. God, I can't wait.
And another thing that a lot of people don't. Yeah, that's gonna be freaking fun.
That I want to see so badly.
Chocobo Farm, see Calm. We saw Calm in the Intermission DLC.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw just the outskirts of that. I was like, oh my goodness, so good.
God, I can't wait till you get like the tiny Bronco.
Yeah.
And you get the Rover. Oh God.
Oh man.
And hopefully, God, I hope they bring back Chocobo breeding.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
So badly.
So okay, so we're now talking about part 2. Let's see. Where do you think is a good stopping point for them for part 2? I'm hearing a lot of things. You start next game in Nibelheim flashback as a tutorial chapter. A lot of people said you might as well end it at Nibelheim, and where Cloud and them go there and go, what the hell is going on? And you meet up with Vincent. You have a wonderful, weird-ass boss fight there. A lot of people said, well, if Square Enix want to, they can expand to like the ending of Temple of the Ancients or the Forgotten Capital, so you get every single one of your party members in the second game.
Yeah,
I
think.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, look at this like any other story that's told, and you have 3 acts.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have your protagonist, antagonist learning about that in Act 1. You have the major of the meat and potatoes in Act 2, which is the rise of all the crazy stuff. And then your final act being the comeback down, basically. So, I mean, realistically, if I was to end 2, would be Cloud regaining himself and going after Sephiroth. Or that was kind of very end. Let's see. Well, what disc are you on in OG right now?
I am on disc 1.
You're still on disc 1?
Yeah.
And where are you at?
See, in my OG playthrough, I'm just about ready to leave Midgar.
Oh, okay. You haven't even left Midgar. You're still in the first 10 hours of the game, then.
Yeah.
Okay. So
if we go by OG standard, this one ended right after Aerith died, and Cloud had his talk with his teammates. So I need you to go along with me. I don't trust myself. Then insert this 2, and then you move on to the Northern Craver for the reunion. Then disc 2 ends. Right, it's just funny. Disc 2 ends right when you're about ready to go. You go to the Northern Crater, and then it's like, please insert disc 3, and you're going down the final dungeon to fight Sephiroth. Unless you want to do like extra side content, you can go back in the airship. That's how the OG ran.
Disc 3 was at the beginning of the ending?
Yeah. And extra side content, like getting knights around, or or fighting ultimate weapon to get your ultimate weapon and stuff like that.
God, I loved Ruby and Emerald.
Oh. Yeah. We'll see those in Remake too.
God, hopefully. I hope so. God, I hope so.
Me, if I had a choice, like Max Mary Dude had a nice, and among other people, I think it's mostly him. I really like his thinking. Like, think of like Star Wars. Okay, you have, you got the party and them. They understand who the bad guy is, and then we end at the end of Midgar, and we gotta search out for the bad guy. Now, game 2 could be like an Empire Strikes Back. What does Sephiroth do to strike back to say, hey, look at me, look how powerful I am. I just destroyed your hope. Kill Aerith. Empire Strikes Back. Now party's left with, either do at that, or if he stretch the game all the way to Northern Crater, where Sephiroth is alive, he's got the black materia, Tifa and Barrisbar are to be executed, and Cloud is unstable. He's missing. Empire Strikes Back, and like, now what? Now what's the party do? They're down the lowest part of despair. Empire just struck back. Now what we do? We're going to find the last hope. So yeah, those are the two main spots I see where that's like Empire Strike Back type of moment.
Yeah, wherever they ended, I'm sure they'll pick a good spot.
Yeah, but also good news is Sonon. Does Sonon kind of remind you of like how he battles, how he fights? Does he remind you of some other character that we might be getting in game too?
Oh, easily Sid.
Sid, yeah. I think that's a testing ground. That was a testing ground for Sid, in my opinion.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's why they didn't want you controlling him, because that'd be spoiler. It's like, here, it's what Sonon feels like, it's what Sid's gonna feel like. They wanted you to just look at the animations.
Oh yeah.
So I think we're gonna I think we're gonna get Sid. We gotta get Sid, Vincent, and K-Sif. That's the three new.
Oh yeah, we will.
And Yuffie's already done. We got voice acting done. We got voice act for game 2. Animation, not that hard. Got the model done. Her battle combat things done. So that leaves them 3 characters to get done. They gotta tweak Red 13, make sure he's up to snuff. Now work on the story. So I'm excited. Game 2, can't wait. Hopefully hear something later on this month for the 35th anniversary of Final Fantasy as a whole, or the 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII. Matt, is there anything else you want to talk about? That you want to get off your chest?
No, I mean, we pretty much went through.
Yeah, I think we told our
talking about the game.
Yeah, we talk about our likes and dislikes. I mean, we can go a little nitty gritty, but we've been talking about this thing for about 4.5 hours, 5 hours it seems.
5 hours.
Yeah, I think we're gonna call it good here. Thank you guys for stopping by. Z, if you're still there, thank you for stopping in and listening to us talk. Those of you who are watching this at a later date, thank you for sticking through for the whole 5 hours of the stream. It's been fun. Next episode will feature another friend of mine, so guest number 2. So stick around for that. If you're new to the channel, please like, subscribe, hit the bell notification to stay notified when I go live. Art will make video. I'm J19, and this is Matt. Thank you guys so much for love and support. Be safe out there. Be nice to each other. And as always, I'll have the links in the description below for my Twitch, Twitter. Follow me at both. Join Discord, and we can talk more about this game. I'm sure we got more hours and hours of this game. I cannot wait till the next episode. And with that said, love you guys. God bless. And I'll talk to you guys on the next video.